not just today, but even for the next 3 days. We give you praise and we honor you. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. I'll kindly request us to remain standing for the national anthem and also for the East Africa national anthem as well. Thank you.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Our seats, asante sana. Thank you. All right, at this moment in time, since we are, maybe some of us are in a new space, I'll kindly request Madam Gladys, who is the head of security and protocol, just to give us a bit of how we will be operating when we are in this facility. Thank you. Kwame.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Grace Karambu, the in charge of security. I'm here on behalf of the Pridini management to welcome you at Pridini Paradise, and they say we are so glad to have you back in our hotel, and we are going to ensure you have the best experience in our hotel. The hotel is about the security, it's 24-hour clock. From the main gate to the beach area, we have a very trained security personnel, and we do always have 2 policemen on patrol from the beach area to the main gates. Around the beach area, we have Kenya Wildlife Service Office. When you are around that place, ensure yourself, inform them you are from Pridini Paradise, and they will make sure you are taken care of. In case of emergency, when you are here, you have 2 exit doors. There is a door 1 and door 2. On your right, there is elephant parking. That is a place where we go in case of emergency. And always the security personnel are there to assist you in case there is emergency in the hotel. In the other side of the hotel, read the sign-in gates to direct you the evacuation area. The hotel offers free medical services. In case you are not feeling well and you are around our hotel, there is a landline in the room. You dial 0 to the reception, or you send the security guard who is at the door. It will be called a doctor to attend you. It's more serious, we do have a standby ambulance to take you to the nearest specialist medication to take care of you. We do have a free Wi-Fi. You go to convention Wi-Fi, Paradise 2026, capital P, small letters, Paradise 2026. We offer printing services in case you want to do. You just see the security guard, then it will direct you to the business center where to do the printing. Our tea time in the hotel is up to 10 o'clock to 11. There is a lobby. From here on your left, there is a lobby. Around the lobby, there is a gents and the ladies. Then another tea still at 4 o'clock to 5 still at the lobby. Then the lunchtime will be served at the Dow restaurant. You will just go through our mini reception on your right to Dow restaurant, and you ensure you have a meal voucher on your hands so that you get easy access to the dining during the lunchtime. You have a good day and enjoy yourself in Pridini Paradise. Anything suspicious, just dial 150 to the security and we will be ready to assist you. Enjoy yourself in Pridini Paradise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Madam Gladys for that wonderful security briefing. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy this space as well. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I will go straight to the program of the day and maybe not even just invite our first speaker of the day, who will be opening it for us, ladies and gentlemen. They have said that if you want to hide something from an African, put it in a book. So it's written there, but for the interest of the event, I'll just go ahead and read this. Mr. Boniface Mwangangi is a lawyer by profession, an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Legal Executive, a trainer and a facilitator in pension administration, a lecturer in competency-based education and pension management, and a member of the Institute of Directors. He is a board member of 2 secondary school board of management and a chairman of the ACK Nkoroe Education Committee. Mr. Boniface has previously held office as a foundational and long-serving tribunal clerk of the Retirement Benefits Appeal Tribunal, legal officer at the Retirement Benefits Authority, office manager at Marende and Company Advocate, and a court clerk in the judiciary of Kenya. Mr. Boniface has an over 20 years experience in pension administration. He has brought to the association invaluable wealth of knowledge and experience transcending professional, technical, consultancy, education, dispute resolution, management, administration, and social field, among others. Gained in both public and private sectors, service spanning over 39 years. Ladies and gentlemen, with a CV like that, please kindly put our hands together to welcome Mr. Boniface Mwangangi, who is the Secretary General of Aptak Kenya. Wapi makofi mazuri tafadhali, let's appreciate it as he comes. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
He forgot one major thing which I do every time. Mnajua hii? He forgot to mention that I'm a member of KANU. But don't worry about KANU. Distinguished guests, my colleagues in the industry, the delegates that we have today, we are grateful to have you present here today. But it is not just being present here. Just in case, my name is Boniface Mwangangi. Unfortunately, I'm the Secretary General of the Association of Pension Trustees and Administrators of Kenya. But for today, it is very fortunate. It is you who have made me the Secretary General. I'm proud of all of you. Inside this room, we cannot forget, because it has happened because of all of you. We welcome you to this event. But inside the room, again, there are a number of people I would like to tell you they are here just because of you. The Principal Secretary for the Public Service, Dr. Jane Bunya, is here with you. The objective is to show you, those of you who serve in government, the government is here, it is listening to what you are saying inside here, so that we can make amends where we may have gotten it wrong. The message is simple. Those who serve in the private sector, you need to hear from your own government what it is doing to make this country better for the pensions industry. The PS will speak here today, and you will hear it from the horse's mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, a cue has been taken from that one. The regulator is in-house here, at the top offices of the regulator. The chairman, Honorable Abdi Mohammed, is in-house here. And you will hear him telling you, yes, he acknowledges he is your chair, he is your ear, and he is here to listen to you and know what could be done. He is looking for what can be done better. The CEO, Charles Machira, is in-house. Mumemzoea. Leo amekuletea mwenyekiti, ndio ukisema hata mwenyekiti asikie, na chairman na CEO hata yeye asikie. So that we don't lose the information. When it goes to the chair, it doesn't get so much engaged and the thing we have forgotten. The CEO is in-house here to take notes for the chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we must not forget. The Association of Pension Trustees and Administrators is not managed only by the Secretary General. There is a council which owns Aptak. The president of Aptak is in-house. Dr. Jose Akili, you will hear him speaking here. The deputy president, and not the impeached one, is in-house. Charles Nyameno, you will hear him speak inside this house. We are conscious, Chair. All of you ladies and gentlemen, this association here, where we are, it means money. The treasurer of the Association of Pension Trustees and Administrators, Peter Rotich, is in-house to assure you that you will not go out of here hungry. You will eat, drink, and sleep well. Thank you, Peter. We recognize that. But there was a think tank around. The think tank, I will introduce you to it, but let me not forget the chairman. The chairman of the think tank is Godwin Simba. He is in-house here. He is also a council member of Aptak. He is also a speaker in the slots that you will listen to. Godwin, we are grateful that you could act chair, council member, and also an articulate technical person. But ladies and gentlemen, let me recognize this. In our neighboring country from the West, the representatives are here. The Bank of Uganda is in-house. Kiza is present here. Let me tell you, we have grappled with NSSF in Kenya. And whatever you do, it is very good. But at the neighboring country in Uganda, Mr. Sajabi is here and is able to tell you how to increase contributions in pension schemes without killing the pension schemes. He's here in the house. We want to hear him. That will take us to the stories we are in. But for all of you, today we are available on sustainable value creation and the opportunity in pensions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your program. This is your meeting. Whatever you cannot see in the speakers who are speaking, you are at liberty to introduce that one inside this room. And we should be able to discuss and find a solution so that we can sustain our industry. Please don't wait and say the government, and always the government. The government of Kenya is made up of human beings. They can make a mistake. It is when we meet, we can be able to tell them, look, we have elections next year, and we are the voters. We are the owners of pension funds. Even our children are available. Please, we want these amendments done, because we will have our own opportunity to challenge you. Most likely, what you think is very bad in the industry, it may be corrected today. Please don't fear. Say it here. If you can't say it, tell me. I will say it for you, so that it can be heard. We are doing this deliberately because this country is ours and it is us who can make it better. But let's not forget something. So that we could be present here, you, the honorable delegates, made contributions for us to be present here. But we must not forget the following as well. CPF Group is present here with personnel, technical people, and in addition, it has made monetary contributions to make your stay here comfortable. Fortunately, and I'm proud of it, the group managing director of CPF is also the chair of the Association of Pension Trustees and Administrators of Kenya. If anything happens, I have the council at the top level. I would be able to make a consultation and sort you out. Please don't remain outside and cry alone. The whole of Aptak is here. Dhamana, Capital, Linz Finco, Sango, Capital, Investicent, Liaison Group, ICA, SBM Bank, Liberty, Heritage. They are all here. You can see the cast of the sponsors is made up of who is who and who matters in the pensions industry. Who is who and who matters in the social life of our country. If you have any difficulties, the insurance companies are here to cover you. You will not go with any danger which has not been outsourced. And ladies and gentlemen, with all that long conversation, I must humbly welcome all of you into this function. Take it as yours, make it as better as you can. We have more people inside here, and I will give you only one notice. If you have had any difficulties with the Retirement Benefits Act, the writer of the Retirement Benefits Act is in-house here. He will tell you why he wrote it that way, so that you don't blame, if you must, you blame Machira for it. The owner, the writer is here. He will tell you how not to blame Machira and know what can be done. David Nyakundi is in-house. That is the writer of the Retirement Benefits Act and the regulations. He knows how to guide you not to blame anyone, and where there is an error, he will guide you on how to make it corrected. And I will ensure, before we leave this house, we will give him an opportunity to tell us why he also wrote something in the Constitution for us to, is it the Constitution or National Pensions Policy? That is also the writer of the National Pensions Policy. Why he wrote something there which would be able to protect the pensions industry from those who think they must kill it. It is not going to die. We have managed to bring the writer in-house here so that he can guide us to say no where the answer is no, tell us how to say yes where the answer is yes. And with all that story, may God bless you the whole day, the whole week, and have efficient, effective, and actual deliberations. We will record them and act on them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to the SG. Thank you very much, Bwana Mwangangi. Thank you once again, Bwana Mwangangi, for that wonderful opening remark. Indeed, it was a beautiful introduction to the souls and the people that we have here this wonderful time, ladies and gentlemen. And what I felt from his welcoming remark is that he wanted us, all of us, to feel part and parcel of this wonderful event, and everybody makes a difference in the event that we're having here today. It is in that breath that I'll kindly request, hatuko wengi sana, tungependa at least tusikie hata jina la mtu na sauti ya mtu, tujue anatoka wapi, na what are some of the expectations that we're having for this wonderful conference that we'll be running here for the next 3 days, ladies and gentlemen. Our theme for the convention is sustainable value creation and opportunity in pensions, from strategy to measurable outcomes, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll kindly request Bwana Kwame, if you can just start from that far end. You can just stand, say your name and where you're from, and then tutaendelea kwa mkondo huu. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Baraza from Liberty Life Heritage. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Timothy Mukoba. I'm from Systec Limited. We are the developers of Fundmaster and also the author of the Practitioner's Guide to Pension Administration. Thank you.
Karibu sana Bwana Mukoba. Let's appreciate him as he sits down. Asante sana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Geoffrey Sajad Biwaiswa from the NSSF of Uganda, not Kenya.
Wapi makofi ya Uganda. Thank you for that disclaimer as well. Yeah, in Kenya it's NSSF, Uganda is NSSF.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
My name is Godwin Simba, Executive Director at Finet and also a council member at Aptak. Thank you.
Karibu sana. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
My name is Christine Nganga. I'm a Director of Projects at the PPP Directorate, National Treasury.
Karibu sana.
Good morning, members. My name is Chris Olobo. I'm the CEO of Damana Guarantee Company.
Karibu sana. Thank you. You can just hand it over to the other side, Kwame. Pass it, Kwame.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
God is good.
All the time.
My name is Charles Nyamaino, Deputy President of Aptak, not the impeached, not listening to the ground, but to yourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the disclaimer. Let's welcome him, Asante Sana.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Irene Bonge. I lead corporate affairs at CPF Group.
Thank you, Irene. Karibu Sana.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Shem Ouma, Head of Secretariat, Africa Pension Supervisors Association.
Karibu Sana. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Lazarus Casey. I've come to listen, learn, take a few things, incorporate in the policies. I'm from Retirement Benefits Authority, Director Research Strategy and Planning.
Thank you very much. I'll be in the house. Asante Sana. Can just pass it over to Bwana Kwame. He's here to learn and learn. That is a beautiful cue. Thank you very much, RBA.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Victor Chumo from Lindsay Finco.
Karibu Sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James Kanyeki, a trustee with the Kenya Railways Pension Scheme.
Asante Sana.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Maurice Mbogo, trustee with Kenya Railways.
Karibu Sana, Kenya Railways. Asante Sana to have you here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Peter Rotich, the Treasurer, Aptak. Thank you.
Karibu Sana, Bwana Rotich.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
David Nyakundi, advocate, pensioner, consultant. I'm here to learn. Thank you so much.
Karibu Sana, Bwana Nyakundi. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good to see you all. My name is George Okioma, a Director in charge of Pension Administration at CPF. Thank you.
Karibu Sana, Bwana Okioma.
Good morning. My name is James Sumbi. I'm the rapporteur for Aptak.
Asante Sana, Bwana Sudi. Thank you very much. Good to have you here.
Good morning. My name is Kennedy Kelly from Liaison.
Liaison, thank you very much. And remember, he was the first one to show up here. Let's give him a round of applause just to make sure that he was the first person to enter into this building. Asante Sana, thank you.
Good morning.
Asante.
My name is Philip Chirono, Chairman, Apsta Sacco, formerly Ukulima Sacco. I've come here to learn how we can safeguard the funds for my pension scheme.
Thank you very much. Asante Sana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Isaac Chebi from Apsta DT Sacco Staff Pension. I'm a new trustee, and I'm just here to learn.
Thank you. Karibu Sana. You will learn.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Edwin Ruto from Kenya Power Pension Fund.
Karibu Sana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Samuel Dwari, Kenya Power Pension Funds Chairman, DB Scheme.
Karibu Sana, Bwana Udwari.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Ernest Nadome, the Chairman, DC Fund, Kenya Power Pension Fund.
Thank you, sir. Karibu Sana.
And good morning, my name is Paul Gashanja, Kenyatta University Scheme, a trustee.
Karibu Sana.
Grace Ndavi is my name from Kenyatta University.
Karibu.
Twahira Tadeo is my name. I'm from NSSF Uganda.
Karibu Sana, NSSF Uganda.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Onesimus Mwingi is my name. Liberty Heritage here in Mombasa.
Karibu Sana, asante. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Rebecca Jambi, Standard Investment Bank, Mansaik Special Fund.
Karibu Sana.
Morning, everyone. My name's Nadra Bashamha. I am Partnerships and Comms from Damana Guarantee Company.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Andrew Lumumba from Damana.
Karibu Sana, Damana.
Good morning. Irene Zawede from NSSF Uganda.
Thank you. Uganda is well represented.
Good morning. My name is Rosemary Njuguna from KTDA.
Karibu sana KTDA.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Tele from PCK Pension Scheme.
Karibu sana Bwana Joseph.
Good morning. My name is Philemon Munai from Posta Pension.
All right, asante sana.
Weldon Kirui, Posta Pension Scheme.
Posta karibu sana.
Morning.
Good morning.
Trustee Moses Odoyo from PCK.
Asante sana, PCK.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jane Lakodony from KPC Pension Scheme.
Asante sana.
Good morning. My name is Joyce Mutungi from KPC DB Scheme.
Karibu sana Joyce.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam. We're in Mombasa. You're into. My name is Jackson Musau, Chairman Kenya Literature Bureau, Staff Retirement Benefits Scheme.
Karibu Bwana Musau.
Good morning. My name is Rosabel Ambai, Trustee, Telposta Pension Scheme and Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Victor Nyaribo from the Office of the Auditor General Staff Retirement Benefits Scheme. Thank you.
Karibu sana. Thank you. Kwame, you can pass it over to the gentleman behind there.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Oscar Edwin Kiza is my name. I come from Bank of Uganda.
Thank you, Bwana Kiza. Thank you. Feel at home.
Good morning. I am Jonathan Tanchu from the Telposta Pension Scheme.
Karibu sana.
Good morning. My name is Gabriel Tanyasis, a pensioner and a trustee, Telposta Pension Scheme and Fund.
Karibu sana. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Justus Kariuki from Signmark Consult.
Karibu sana, Justus.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Bernard Gishuru. I'm the CEO of Signmark Consult Limited.
Karibu Bwana Gishuru. Thank you very much.
Good morning, delegates.
Good morning.
Doreen Nyamwange, Trustee, Telposta Pension Scheme and Fund.
Asante sana. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Grace Wanja from Investment Bank.
Karibu Wanja. Thank you. Nice to have you here.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
I'm Frederick Mayoga, a trustee at GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme and also the trust secretary of the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Godwin. Asante sana. Karibu.
Praise God.
Amen.
Praise God once again.
Amen.
I'm Simon Sunday, a trustee from Kenyatta University. I'm passionate about good governance and protecting members' interests.
Thank you.
I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much.
KU is well represented. Asante sana. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Lona Sang from Public Service Coronation Scheme.
Karibu, Madam Sang.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Bridget Kare, Public Service Coronation Scheme.
Thank you, Kare. Karibu sana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sami Ketani from ICA Lion Life. A pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ketani.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Jacqueline Wahungu from GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme.
Thank you, Madam Wahungu. Karibu sana.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Robert Kisengani from Pigeon Finance Services.
Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Madam.
My name is Rosemary Nganga from Pivot Assets.
Karibu sana, Madam Nganga. Thank you. Nice to have you here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Joroge Walter is my name from KU Pension.
Thank you. Two representatives of KU in the house. Asante sana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Paul Biwot Choge from Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Eldoret.
Asante sana. LD is in the house. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Madam.
My name is Teddy, Trustee Teddy Apsabila from Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital.
Asante sana.
Eldoret.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Alex Anzigale, JKUAT Step Pensions Retirement Scheme.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Caroline Lucano from Kenbride Pension Administration Services.
Thank you, Madam Lucano. Karibu sana.
Good morning, delegates.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Ivan Okaya from the Kenbride.
Karibu sana. We appreciate you for being here. Thank you.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Lomeri,
GDC SRBS.
Thank you very much, Bwana Lomeri. Asante sana. Nice to have you here.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Vincent Okioga, Taita Taveta University Pension Scheme.
Karibu sana. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Victor Tadeo from Liberty. I do business development.
Thank you very much.
Oganga Paul is my name, representing NBK Pension Fund.
Karibu Bwana Oganga. Nice to have you here, Bwana Oganga. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is William Lutaya from NSSF Uganda.
Uganda again. Asante sana.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Onassis Ndegwa, representing Old Mutual, working under Old Mutual Investment Group.
Thank you, Old Mutual, for being here today. Asante sana.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Chris Okinda from GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme.
Thank you, Bwana Okinda.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Bill Mutua from Investment Bank.
Karibu sana Bwana Mutua. Feel at home. Asante sana.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Barasa Griffin from Investment Bank.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Nimesikia unaguruma sana. Unaguruma sana. All right. You can just say your name again. Asante sana.
Barasa Griffin.
All right. All right. Karibu sana. Thank you. Nice to have you here, Asante.
Morning, all.
Morning, sir.
Tanvir Ali, CEO, Investment Bank.
Thank you, Bwana Ali. Nice to have you here again. So I think we have one last row, and then we can move on with the program as we had intended it to be. You can just pass it over to the last row, and then we shall continue. Remember, we're trying to make this as close can be. You can see the wealth of networks and the opportunities that we have lacking here, ladies and gentlemen, please. Asante sana. We can continue, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Paul Ngomba from KCB Group.
Asante sana. KCB Group, thank you. Nice to have you here.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Paul Ayuo from Moi University Pension Scheme.
Asante sana, karibu sana.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Wilson Kanani Malaba, Head of Retirement Benefits, Capex Life, one of the partners for Aptak.
Thank you, thank you. Nice to have you here. Asante sana.
A blessed morning, good people.
Good morning, sir.
Martin Wanyama, KPC PLC Pension Scheme Trustee. Here to have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana. On just cue of a good time, tomorrow we have a very good gala, Bwana Wanyama. I hope you will not be leaving anytime soon. The gala is to die for. Asante sana. Let's appreciate Bwana Wanyama for that. I think he's the only person amesema he's here to have a good time. I always watch out for those ones. Bwana Wanyama, mimi na wewe. Good friends. Asante sana. Thank you very much. You can continue. Asante sana.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Jacob Otieno Pere, a serving trustee with the Postal Corporation of Kenya. I'm glad to be here to connect, network, and learn, and above all, get more insights in the industry. Thank you.
More insights in the industry. Love that. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Can now pass it over to the last row that we have here today.
Francis Joroga is my name, from Kenya National Employee Service Pension Scheme.
Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Longinas Mulondo from Pigeon Financial Services.
Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Peter Moniki from CPF.
Karibu sana, Bwana Mwaniki. Nice to have you here. And they can have the last gentleman there as well.
I don't know whether I'm a gentleman. My name is CS Isaac Silla, the CEO of Canarello Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. I'm here to learn.
Thank you very much. All right.
Last and definitely not least, I'm Trustee Zablon Lawasi, the chairperson of GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme.
Asante sana, Bwana Zablon. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a round of applause. You could have been anywhere else in the world, but you chose to be here for this worthy cause. Na nitawafunza makofi mapya because we said tumekuja kulan. Sawa sawa, sugua mikono yako pamoja, sugua mikono yako pamoja. Nikisema soft copy unafikisha hapa. Nikisema hard copy unagonga. Sawa sawa? All right, let's go. Sugua Aptak delegate, sugua soft copy. Hao ni watu wa Uganda. Hao ni watu wa Uganda. Twende kazi, sugua soft copy. Hapana. Twende kazi, sugua soft copy. No. I see Bwana Nyakundi. Let's go. Sugua soft copy. Hapana. Sugua soft copy. Hard copy. Thank you very much. And in that, Regard, ladies and gentlemen, I will want to call upon Bwana Godwin Simba, who is an Aptak Council member and also the Executive Director of Finet Trust, and is also the Chairperson Program and Partnerships at the committee. Bwana Godwin Simba, tafadhali tunaomba uweze kuja tafadhali. Let's give him a round of applause as he takes on the stage. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Allow me to acknowledge the protocol this morning and distinguished guests in absentia and also in waiting, the PS who is coming this morning, the chair for RBA, Mr. Abdi, the CEO of RBA, Charles Mashira, President Aptak, Dr. Asaya Kili, my fellow council members in the room, the guest speakers who will be taking us through for the next 3 days in terms of presentation, the trustees present in the room, and my fellow industry colleagues, good morning. Good morning once again. So it's a profound privilege for me to stand before you and welcome you once again to the 5th annual Aptak International Conference. This day and for the next 3 days, and just to acknowledge your presence and also welcome you aboard. And for the next 3 days, we'll be having quite a lot of discussions that centers around what we do in the pension industry. It's also your day as members of the association to just bring forth those issues that we feel we should engage more as an association. We acknowledge as well that the industry has been growing tremendously. And I'm sure we'll be able to hear more that we are now close to 3 trillion mark, which is very exciting. We've had quite some good returns for the last 3 years, and I'm sure our members are happy generally. Also, our governance frameworks are strengthening over time. If you compare for the last 10, 15 years, we've also seen a lot of innovations in the industry, right, from service delivery to fund management. But in the contrast, we've also been able to be faced with a stark reality that we still have quite a number of Kenyans who are in the informal sector who are not covered for pension. So as much as we've built something remarkable for the industry and also for the Kenyans as the pension sector, the vast majority of Kenyans, we feel that we've barely built nothing for them in terms of protecting them for retirement. And that's why this conference is earmarked to discuss those issues that we feel we can extend coverage within the informal sector so that it doesn't become a club of the few. We chose the theme for this year, which is sustainable value creation and opportunity in pensions. And we want to measure or move from strategy to measurable outcomes. And it's not a clever title in my view. It's one that should give us a diagnosis of how far we've come as an industry. That we have already built systems that are robust. We have mobilized capital. I mean, 3 trillion is not small amount of capital to be looked into. But then the bigger question that we need to ask ourselves is, we need to ask ourselves is, are there measurable outcomes that you can pinpoint as an industry to be able to, align with the milestones that we've achieved? And it could be that we are measuring actually some things that may not be correct, or we could be measuring wrong things in the context that if you look for us, for example, a scheme where it's well run in the context because we somehow have schemes that are running, if you look at a scheme that is well run, you would be able to check, tick a box. For example, are contributions coming in time? And I think that's what we normally measure ourselves. Are we compliant to the Retirement Benefits Authority's requirements? Do we have the policies in place? Do we ensure that the board functions effectively? But then the harder question which we've not grappled for the last 20 years is whether actually we are linking our performance in the industry to the adequacy that we feel our members should retire in a dignified manner. And therefore, we could actually have a perfect compliance, but at the same time, we are not looking at whether we have failed the member or the member is also adequately covered in the long horizon when it comes to retirement. And that is the measurement paradox that we need to keep asking ourselves, that the systems that we have may eventually not be benefiting the member, if at all. The member is retiring with less amount of money in retirement in terms of the income replacement rate. So that is why we would be having those discussions around how best can we do that. Also, we have a similar ambition within the sector led by Retirement Benefits Authority to increase coverage by 2029 to 34%. But also, the uncomfortable question there would be to what adequacy level? So we could move from 30, 25, 40. In Namibia, we are talking about 58%. South Africa, more than 60%. We are talking about Botswana as well, above 50%, which as a Kenyan, I feel like as a country, we should be actually more than 50%. So the question there would be, at what level of adequacy do we need to push as a country so that we feel we have a robust pension system? And I would challenge that we need to relook at how best should we measure ourselves around that. To build also the theme for this week is as well the uncomfortable conversations around alternative investments, and I think that has been quite elaborated in the previous discussions. We have had so many pursuits around moving schemes to think outside the box from concentrating on fixed income, which is more than 50% currently, but if you add deposit administration funds, it should move to around 70%. And the question there would be, within the conversations of alternatives, the government push for socio-economic development through infrastructure, where is the place for pension funds in terms of participating in that approach? And we note that Kenya in itself requires close to 4 to 5 trillion in terms of infrastructure investments in the next maybe 5 to 10 years. The pension sector itself is close to 3 trillion. So participating in socio-economic investment is actually the backbone of creating jobs, enabling businesses, and more importantly also enhancing the livelihoods of the Kenyan population. And the recently enacted National Infrastructure Fund is coming in handy in creating a platform that pension schemes can put their funds into that. So as we have those discussions this week, we appreciate that infrastructure investments will demand sophisticated risk management, credit guarantees, de-risking mechanisms, and also rigorous project appraisal. But I think for me, and also for the spirit of this conference, is that other than measuring returns from this infrastructure, we need to move to asking ourselves measurement around impact. To what level are pension funds impacting the economy directly? And that's why this week we have the speakers who will take us through that. And the underlying issue is how do we impact our economy differently? I want also to point out that we'll be discussing more about governance, and I think that is more the foundation for any institution, any organization, and I think RBA has done quite a very good job in terms of enhancing and strengthening the governance in the sector. But then we still face with the reality that most of the pension schemes still confuse governance with compliance. And I think that is the fundamental issue that you're going to deliberate more within the context that we could be able to tick all the boxes when it comes to compliance. But then the foundation of governance would mean that we have decision making that ensures that we actually deliver security and also deliver change to the members, and ensuring that also the members we engage in are getting information which is transparent and timely. And those are the issues we grapple most of the time, where a scheme will tick a box insofar as compliance, but when we do member satisfaction surveys, the members return a very low performance when it comes to how they perceive pension funds. So we could be doing well in terms of leadership, in terms of fiduciary responsibility, but if our members are not feeling us as the pension funds, then that becomes also a challenge as it comes to governance. I want to also raise maybe one of the issues that are emerging because trustees are now faced with significant requirements when it comes to governance and compliance. They are increasingly required to make complex decisions, and I'm sure sooner or later the boardrooms will be flooded with proposals, for example, on infrastructure, on ESG, on digital transformation, and all those requires that trustees make competent decisions around that. And we have regulatory guidelines in terms of building capacity for the trustees. But then in the increasing requirements of complexity of issues to be handled by trustees and to make decisions, we still feel that trustees need more capacity building. They need to be informed so that they make decisions that are ideally aligned to the complexity of the decisions and the risks they come into play. And we feel that the current requirements for trustees to undergo TDPK program is a welcome move. The 6 days training is also a welcome move, but the question is that enough? And I'm sure that the trustees are here, and when the Retirement Benefits Authority engages in that discussion, we feel that that should be actually enhanced, but in a structured manner, so that trustees feel comfortable making those significant decisions. There's been also discussion around consolidation that we'll be discussing this week, just to put some color into that, where we feel in the long run, the sector needs to be more cohesive, more aligned to the context that both supervisory and also for economies of scale, the number of schemes we have in the market is quite large. If you look at Australia, for example, they only have 100 pension funds and they've clustered into superannuation funds. And it's a welcome move that we are having those discussions. But in the long run, we still, of course, as members, we have our fears of, identity, trustees fearing losing autonomy. And these are issues that you will still require to be addressed as much as we are having those discussions. And we are welcoming you this week as much as we're having those future forward-looking discussions to create solutions or to provide solutions for that. Increasingly also, we are seeing a tremendous growth on PSSF, NSSF funds, which are quite shaping the competitive landscape for the pension sector. We project that in the next 10 years, perhaps they'll be controlling more than 60% of the pension sector because of their muscle and their ability to mobilize, and also because of the regulatory framework that is within that space. But then we want to note that in the long run, it is not really a threat that we will have to resist, but it's a reality that we have to navigate, that NSSF is going to be here for the long run. But then occupational schemes will not thrive, in my view, by competing with these well-capitalized statutory schemes. But they could take that opportunity to innovate and consolidate so that they create a structure that would give an alternative competitive advantage to the members of the scheme. And if we create a genuine differentiation from occupational pension perspective, then at the end of the day, it's the member who will benefit. So in the long run, we believe that those are discussions that will be here for us to engage in for the next 3 days. And just to note as well, that if you do a quick projection by 2036, the industry will be around 12 trillion to 15 trillion in terms of Kenyan shillings. That's not a small number to think about. It's actually huge, massive resources that we believe it's going to shape the future direction of this country from a capital markets perspective all the way to changing the lives of every Kenyan insofar as their retirement is concerned. So we then intend for the next 3 days to have those discussions, to brainstorm and ask ourselves, how do we measure ourselves effectively, and also in a manner that we can associate what we do to the impact that we create in the economy. So to conclude is just to appreciate all those who have come on board to work with us this journey as the chair for the programs committee, and just to acknowledge that we have brought in place experts who will be able to diagnose most of the issues that we've had. And before I take my seat, allow me just to acknowledge the committee that was involved in arranging this conference. Maybe you can just stand and wave. We'll acknowledge you formally on Friday, but you can just stand and wave. Allow me to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to appreciate on behalf of the team, those who have put in place to make sure that we have been able to align. I think Irene has been instrumental. We also have other team members who are outside there. Thank you very much, and we look forward to engaging with you during the week. We are open to receive much of your ideas, and we look forward to a successful event for the next 3 days. Thank you very much, and welcome once again.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Bwana Gordon Simba. Asante sana indeed. That is very much welcome, ladies and gentlemen. At this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to break for a cup of tea. Remember, we still have a more engaging program as the rest of the day continues. We shall be discussing about infrastructure as an asset class. We shall have infrastructure, finance, green bonds, and PPP models as well, de-risking public infrastructure for pension trustees. These are all things that, ladies and gentlemen, all of us are looking forward to, with very wonderful line of speakers slated for that, ladies and gentlemen. Just before you leave, I'll give you the directions of where we'll find our cup of tea. I will just exit through this door, then to your left, you'll find where you'll be able to be served. So that I can give you something that you can have to discuss with your partner. Just look to the person on your right. Look to the person on your right. To the person on your right. That person, ladies and gentlemen, that person is responsible for your blessings in life. All right? Now, turn to the left. Ladies and gentlemen, that person to the left is in charge of all the problems that you have been seeing in your life. Ladies and gentlemen, we can break for a cup of tea. Thank you very much. Something, just give me something as we exit for our cup of tea. Asante sana, thank you. All right, let's enjoy our cup of tea and make it time back for our second session. Asante sana, thank you. All right, kindly let's make it back in 15 minutes time because we have a very tight schedule. Let's make it 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana. Asante sana. All right. Good morning again. Good morning. Give me some life. Good morning. All right, kindly let's stand up on our feet. Let's be up on our feet so the food can get digested very fast so we can continue All right, thank you. Let's be up on our feet. Kindly, let's be up on our feet. Make sure you get some room where you can walk, all right? Just get some room where you can walk. All right, I said this will be as engaging as possible, all right? All right. Kindly let me have that door closed, Kwame. All right, let's do this. When I say you walk, you walk. When I say you stop, all right? Make sure you have some room where you can do that. Let's go. Delegates, walk. Keep walking. Get as many space. Utilize all that. Utilize, thank you, Pumla. Utilize all this. You can utilize it. Walk. Walk, walk. Let the T go down. Walk. When I say you stop, you stop. Stop where you are. Walk. Stop. When I say you clap, you clap. Clap. Again. When I say name, you say your name loud. Name. I can't hear you. Name. Again, name. Okay, walk. Stop. Clap. Name. Now, this is where it gets interesting. We're going to change the name to the clap and the clap to this name. All right? When I say you walk, you stop. When I say you stop, you walk. All right. All right, let's go. Walk. Where are you going, sir? All right, let's give him a round of applause to encourage him. Are we ready, delegates? Walk. Stop. Walk. Clap. There's a gentleman who has done this. He doesn't know what to do, all right? All right, let's do this again. Walk. Are you okay, madam? All right, let's go. Walk. Stop. Stop. I said you stop. Clap. Name. Name. So when I say you jump, you jump. When I say you dance on the spot. All right, let's do this. Jump. Jump. Dance. So we're going to change. When I say you dance, you jump. When I say you jump, you dance. All right, jump. Dance. Dance. Jump. Are you okay, sir, back there? He doesn't know. He stopped mid-flight. Stopped mid-flight and wondering what he was doing. All right, let's combine all of them. Let's go. Walk. Stop. Clap. Name. Jump. Dance. Walk. Stop. Dance. Walk. Give your neighbor a high five. Tell them. All right. Just where you're there. Stand there. Just stand. Stand where you are. Stand where you are. Let's go. When I say, you say wisdom. All right? Touch your head. Say wisdom. Then kingdom. Then bottom. All right. Let's go. Wisdom. I can't hear you. Again. Wisdom. Again. Ugandans. Kingdom. All right, let's go. Bottom. Are you okay, Mr. Wanyama? Okay, bottom. Bottom. Sir, are you okay? How did you qualify to get here? Let's go. Wisdom. Kingdom. Bottom. Are you okay, sir? And you have people serving under you. Give a neighbor a high five. We continue the next session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, asante sana. All right, just give me some music as we do some in-house consultations, and then we shall continue from there. Thank you very much.
Germaine Lubasu Noki. Dani Makomi Damak. Magali
much. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to put our hands together to welcome our VIP of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our keynote address chief speaker to the building, Dr. Jane Kere Imbunya, who is the Principal Secretary, State Department for Public Service and Capital Development. Wapi makofi yake anapoingia. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam. Welcome to the building. We've had a very engaging program from the morning. We've had wonderful discussions, and also the opening ceremony was quite lovely. Welcome to the building. Asante sana. Thank you very much. So we shall continue with the program. At this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call our first speaker of the day. Before he comes, I'll first of all want to have our Madame Jane Kere Imbunya come and address us, just to give us a keynote address, and then we shall move on to the speakers that we had lined up for this wonderful event. Just before we do that, let me have a in-house consultation with Irene, and then we shall do that. Just give me some music, please. All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. I was just doing some in-house consultations, a bit of discussions here and there as we continue. Before that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll kindly request us to put our hands together to have an address by the Aptak President. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Jose Akili, the Aptak President and the GMDCO CPF Group. Wapi makofi yake anapokuja. Let's give him a better round of applause as he comes to address us. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. You know, you're a very interesting MC. Thank you very much. Our members, are we alert? We are okay? We are good, eh? Eh, bas. Na tumepata mgeni wetu. Just read my bio there. It will not be said because that will take too long. So, ladies and gentlemen, who are in attendance for this 5th Annual International Conference, Aptak Conference, I would like to welcome all of you to this conference, those from Kenya and those from other countries, neighboring countries like Uganda and further afield. So our chief guest is in the house, and I would like to begin immediately. Our chief guest, Dr. Jane Imbunya, who is the Principal Secretary for Public Service and Human Capital, distinguished trustees, our regulator headed by the chairman of the RBA, who is the new chairman who has just joined the institution recently, and also the CEO of RBA, whom we are very familiar with. We want to thank you for attending. We are after council members, and I will hope that you can stand where you are so that I can introduce you a bit. I can show you, council members, quickly just stand for the chief guest to know who is in there among our council members. That's my deputy president in the association. We are called president and deputy president, and as well as the council members. So we have Nyamino from Moi University Pension Scheme, and then Godwin Simba, who is a practitioner in the pension industry. Is there anybody else? Peter Rotich, who is the CEO of Teleposta Pension Scheme. I think the others possibly are out there. So, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm deeply honored to address this distinguished forum at a defining moment, not only for Kenya, but for Africa. We gather here with a shared responsibility to confront one of the greatest challenges of our time, and equally to unlock one of the greatest opportunities before us. That challenge, ladies and gentlemen, is the challenge of social protection for our people. And when I mention our people, I don't only mean our members in our funds, but our people in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, across Africa today, over 80% of our people live without effective social protection. In Kenya, despite remarkable progress over the past couple of years, only a small fraction of our population is adequately covered, while the vast majority, especially those in the informal sector, remain outside the protection of formal systems. I think we are very familiar with this situation. I think the panorama for our different countries in the region are similar. Now, this is not merely a social concern. It is a strategic economic vulnerability when many Kenyans or many African people are not covered by structures which are protecting them. Because no nation can achieve sustainable prosperity when the majority of its people remain exposed to risks and ladies and gentlemen, this is the truth we must accept. The challenge before us is not one of intent. I think there's been too much intentions that we want to do this and we want to do this. The challenge for us before us now is one of structure. How do we do this? How do we make our country inclusive? For decades, we have built systems that depend on a narrow base of formal employment. Fragment support across multiple and coordinated programs and excludes the very majority they are meant to serve. In most of our countries, we have a very continuing excuse why some of these benefits are not getting to the basic population. We say we don't have enough money, we don't have enough resources, and all that. So we are therefore living in a very unequal country. In Kenya today, millions work, trade, and contribute to the economy every single day, yet remain invisible within our formal systems. This is not sustainable. The time has come for a fundamental shift. We must move from fragmented welfare systems to consolidated social protection. As a pillar of our national development, I am happy that the wisdom of the past, the people who created our Vision 2030, actually put together this vision that by 2030, we should be able to have implemented a consolidated social protection system in our country. We must build a new social contract, one that guarantees that every citizen, regardless of status or income, is protected across the life cycle of life. From the child in the village to the young person seeking opportunity, to the worker in the informal economy, to the elderly citizens who deserve dignity in retirement. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution is only the one thing: one fund, one people, one future. I'm here to convince us, to challenge us, to consider spearheading a consolidated social protection fund. At the heart of this transformation is a bold but necessary vision, a unified, consolidated social protection fund, serving every Kenyan at every stage of life. These initiatives align with the Kenya Vision 2030, which aspires to a just and cohesive society, and the Constitution of Kenya 2010, particularly Article 43, that guarantees every person the right to social security. We must actualize this guarantee. I think we have made promises to our people for far too long. And the ones who are sitting comfortably, a little bit more comfortable, are the formal workers, many of us sitting in this room, who are feeling comfortable, but actually, while the others are completely left out. It also reflects international best practice under the International Labour Organization. And I know my brother Nadome is here. Hata tunaongea hiyo maneno vizuri. Very good. You know, the International Labour Organization, which Kenya is a signatory and full ratified under ILO Convention 202, which provides for social protection flows, recommendation, a consolidated social protection fund that brings together. So what should be the, if we can talk about creating this big fund called Consolidated Social Protection Fund, which is envisaged in the Vision 2030, what should be the waterfalls of benefits out of that social protection fund? I want to recommend that some of the waterfalls include what we are now calling SHA, Universal Social Health Fund. That is the fund which covers every Kenyan irrespective of whether you are working or not employed. We also need to have a waterfall funding from that fund, funding universal social security and pension for every citizen. These are very high ideals and aspirations, but I believe a journey of 1,000 miles begins from the first step we begin to take. Every child is entitled to basic universal or universal basic education, all the way to at least the 10th grade or 12th grade. Universal savings arrangement for business financing. I know we have an arrangement for the government has introduced in Kenya, the ASLA fund, and so forth and so forth. But the real solution lies when people begin to save money, and the government can spearhead that saving by matching Kenyan savings with a tax contribution to support. And I would say maybe this structure should be under some element of SACCO. Universal insurance. If you go to some of the Southern African countries, they don't have to worry about payment. That the vehicles which are used on public transport really have an insurance cover or not. In the Southern African countries, they became more clever than that, and they set up transport insurance, which is funded out of tax, so that everybody, if you travel on a bus, you don't have to ask yourself whether this bus is insured. Automatically you are insured because the moment that vehicle fuels, there's an amount of money which goes to fund that universal insurance cover. Here I'm talking about the group life cover, which is given to employed people, us who are working. But can we extend the same benefit to the citizens? And this can be done, but funded by tax. We have vulnerable groups of various kinds. At the moment, their funding is intermittent and not guaranteed. There's a lot of reliance on donor funding for some of these programs, and we make it look like it's charity. But that's not the intention of universality of such benefits. The vulnerable Kenyans must be fully supported by their own tax. And of course, we can allow Kenyans also to have other products they can choose. So this proposal should not just be an isolated, fragmented intervention. Like now, you will find that in Kenya, interventions in social security and social protection is spread across several ministries. And this creates a lot of fragmentation and wastage. It is important that we consolidate these things so that they can be effectiveness and savings. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is often asked, how do we finance such an ambition? The answer lies not in increasing the burden of tax, but in reimagining the current system. One of the problems we have in our tax administration at the moment is that a lot of tax processes are manual or partially manual and electronic. So there's a lot of loopholes that people don't pay. Secondly, there's a bit of all the challenges we have, including corruption here and there and so forth. That's why we do not get the benefit of getting all the taxes. But then, the other element is there's a portion of society who are excluded from the tax. So my proposal is predicated on widening the tax bracket to cover every Kenyan. And the proposition here is that if I'm not paying my tax portion as a Kenyan, then what reason do I have for being entitled to any of these benefits, which tax finances? So we need to make it tax benefit, and the benefit must be addressing these social protection challenges for every citizen. Now, this is how we intend. So what I'm trying to say here is that what we want to what I'm proposing, which I will be discussing on Thursday, tomorrow's paper, is I would like to propose that we adopt a financing of this consolidated social protection through pay as you spend. Pay as you spend model, because for the people in the working or in the working arena, they do what we call they do pay as you earn. But for the people in the informal sector, they can only participate if they are committed to pay as they do their spending. That's the only time they will be able to pay this tax. Now, to begin the process, we must propose a reduction in VAT to encourage compliance. At the moment, the working class are totally overwhelmed by the heavy taxation. I'm happy that as part of the adjustments that have been made because of the CAF region challenges for fuel, VAT for fuel has been lowered by, I think, 3%. So this is the same proposal we have for this, but now cutting across all parts of VAT. A broadening of the tax base to include all economic activity. In other words, let's not go for exemptions. Even if somebody is poor, let them pay the amount they are capable of buying services. If they buy a service, the portion of their tax which is in that goods and service will be the contribution. And the use of technology to ensure transparency and efficiency. Kenya has been known to be a digital country. We have done so much, M-Pesa and everything. It is possible to widen this net, and with the willingness that the benefit will immediately translate to funding of our social protection programs, will make every Kenyan to accept this model. So every transaction becomes a social protection contribution. Every transaction you do. Imagine if you just buy a bottle of water, and immediately you know, you get a message on your phone that you have just paid tax, but also you have put in a contribution to your social protection fund and your universal social security. All those have been funded by that mere action you have taken. That is the innovative structure which I'm proposing. Now, if we do this, for the first time in our history, we shall have actually removed the dishonorable word of being called informal. We have been talking about the informal sector. The moment Kenyans participate, they will in this manner, they will no longer be informal. They will be part of the formal sector. But not by coercion, but by inclusion. Because you include them in the benefits, then they will not complain that now they are paying, let's say, VAT, which is a consumption tax, and immediately they are getting those benefits financed. You know, and I've been engaging with the people from SHARE. The headache they have of getting Kenyans to voluntarily contribute for SHARE is big one, and they will never succeed. So this is the only way to do it. What is required now is a bold leadership and decisive action. And what we achieve in Kenya can be replicated across Africa. I will be sharing some of these proposals because my institution is now operating in Uganda, in Rwanda, and we're going further afield. So we shall be sharing some of these things, and I hope Kenya will take advantage to be the first one to roll out this kind of program. So my call to leadership, starting from here, is history will charge this generation of leaders not by the policies we debate and put together, but by the systems we build and implement. We are called upon to act with courage to think beyond conventions and to design systems that will serve generations to come. Because at its core, social protection is not about programs. It's about dignity, it's about equity, it's about ensuring that every citizen has a stake in the promise of our nation. Let me conclude with this. The future of Africa will not be secured by crowd alone or by wealth. It will be secured by inclusion. We know very many countries which have become very wealthy, but it's a completely inequitable country. We don't want to go that route. And inclusion must be designed, financed, and delivered intentionally and universally. Let's stop talking about, oh no, we'll do it in small bits. I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when I share my paper on Thursday, you'll be able to see that small countries in Africa have done it. And my brother David Nyakundi asked his statistics, and even RBA may have it. Our small island called Mauritius, how has it achieved universal social security for all citizens? Is it a big country? No. The time for incremental change has passed. This is the moment for structural transformation. And we had in Kenya several transformational moments. And one of them we had was when M-Pesa was allowed to become a way of making payments and transfer money in our country. I think the next transformation will happen when we all accept digital payments in order to make sure that there is transparency in how we transact, both within ourselves and with our government. Let us say it together. As Aptak, we must be ready to lead the charge. You know, we are the people in charge of social security, an aspect of social protection. I hereby invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to my presentation on the journey to consolidate social protection for Kenya and Africa, which I'll be making at this forum tomorrow, Thursday at midday. Thank you and welcome. Now, having said that and laid the climate for the day and for the event for the 3 days, there will be a lot of engagements coming from the various speakers who have been put together as peers. And I hope you'll spare time in your busy schedule within the course to come back and listen to some of them. Maybe you can engage with the program and see the one which interests you most and come. And with those remarks, I want to take this opportunity to invite for just 1 minute my brother Mashira to say something on behalf of the regulator. Huh? Okay. I think he has said I just deal with the chairman first. So chairman, welcome and speak to us, and we will welcome you to the industry. So Mashira, you'll have to do it in your own slot. Thank you.
ensure that our actions translate to real, measurable improvements in the lives of our members. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 25 years, Kenya retirement benefit sector has recorded significant growth, with assets now exceeding 2.8 trillion, membership of over 7.5 million, and a coverage at 26.5% of the working population. The sector has demonstrated resilience, stability, and a strong momentum. These gains reflect the commitment and professionalism of the trustees, administrators, and all stakeholders who continue to safeguard members' interests and strengthen confidence in the ecosystem within the benefit sector. Ladies and gentlemen, despite this progress, there are critical challenges that remains. One is over 80% of Kenya's workforce remains in the formal sector and largely outside the formal pension arrangements. Instances of unremitted contributions continues to undermine trust and members' outcome. When we are talking about unremitted contributions, we are looking at key institutions in the public sector, particularly the universities, the 47 counties, some key state agencies which we need to deal with, and if we do not have the right amendments within the Act, then we may not be anywhere. And that is something that's currently in progress, and probably in the coming few months, we should be having a progress on the bill on amendments where we have gone on it. The adequacy of retirement benefit remains a concern, with the retiree facing financial vulnerability. Addressing these challenges requires us to fundamentally rethink and modernize the retirement benefits ecosystem in Kenya. Allow me to highlight key innovations, priorities to our sectors. One is digital and mobile-driven pension solutions. Kenya is globally recognized as a leader in mobile financial innovations, largely driven by platforms such as M-Pesa, Airtel. We must leverage this strength to build fully digital, mobile-first pension solutions that are simply onboarding, enable real-time contributions, and enhance transparency for members, particularly those in the informal sector. Two, expansion of micro-pensions and flexible savings models. We must accelerate the development of pension products tailored to informal sector workers, products that allow small, flexible, and irregular contributions. This will be a key unlocking coverage for millions of Kenyans currently excluded from the retirement savings. Strengthening the contributions, compliance, and accountability. Timely remittance of contributions is fundamental to protecting members' benefits. We must enhance enforcement mechanisms, leverage technology for real-time monitoring, and hold employers accountable to restore and sustain trust in the system. Four, strategic investments for national development. Pension funds have a critical role to play in Kenya's economic transformation by investing in infrastructure such as affordable housing, healthcare, and green energy. The sector can deliver competitive returns while supporting national development priorities and creating shared prosperity. When we're talking about a national development fund, Kenya and other countries within Africa has been borrowing outside the country. And that has been very expensive for our country because of the dollar exchange. And when we're talking about resilience and local solutions, if we are able to invest our 2.8 trillion locally here, and members are able to get returns, then this is what we are looking at. Enhancing governance and risk management. A strong governance remains the backbone of sustainable pension system. Trustees and administrators must continue to uphold the highest standard of integrity, transparency, and fiduciary responsibility while strengthening risk management frameworks in an increasingly complex financial environment. Financial literacy and member empowerment. We must place greater emphasis on educating members, especially young people, on the importance of long-term savings. Empowered members are more likely to contribute consistently, make informed decisions, and demand accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, literacy for the members is very critical, and empowering them with the information is very important. And I think quite a number of Kenyans are not informed about the importance of savings. We are currently in the active phase of our life, and for those of us who will be lucky to live at the age of beyond the 60 years, then that is another home for us, and we need to look at the longer terms of our life. I'll give you an example. The other day, our CEO for Retirement Benefit Authority is a lady all the way from Nairobi. I mean from Mombasa. She traveled to Nairobi and sat at his office and say, look, I have retired from wherever I used to work. I think from the banking sector, if I'm not wrong. My son is in hospital. I do not have other source of income to pay for the hospital bill, and I need your support. Kind enough, he had to look at what she has, divide them over a period of 2 years, divide her pension, which was probably about between 90 to 100K, and pay for the 2 million in the hospital bill, and then she continues to be receiving a monthly of about 40 or 50,000 to take care of her needs. And that's fair enough. So those of us who are here, we need to be very careful on how we manage the resources of retirees, because that's where you're headed to if you believe. For a Muslim, we believe that the Prophet died at the age of 63 years. So once you retire at the age of 60 years, you'll be living in bonus. Of course, right now we are talking about life expectancy because of healthcare, good nutrition, privatization. Our life expectancy will exceed from, I think, a life expectancy of an African man was 56, and now it's going to about late 60s. If you look at America and Europe, probably life expectancy is between 90 to 100. So we need to look at these resources well managed, invested properly, and ensure that we're here because of the members. We take care of our members, ensuring that their billite is taken care of. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to look at innovations, benefit the science and sustainability. As life expectancy increases and the labor markets evolve, we must explore innovative approaches such as hybrid pension models, phased retirement options, and longevity risk management solutions to ensure that benefit remains both adequate and sustainable. Why are we talking about sustainability? Look at state parastatals like the universities and the key referral hospitals. They have indicated in the employment contract between them and their staffs that the employer is contributing 20%. But are they really contributing the 20%? They do not. And that is why Retirement Benefit Authority wants to amend this act so that there is an enforcement to ensure that employers' mandatory deductions are done by other state agencies. And probably when I see it, we need to look at multi-agencies to make sure that this is enforced. Because why will you have a contract or an employment agreement with a staff that you will not remit the 20%? And even his 10% that you deducted from his salary is not going, you are not remitting to the scheme. This is a serious, and I think we'll deal with it very soon to ensure that the interests of the members are taken care of. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Retirement Benefit Policy 2024 provides a strong and clear roadmap for the future of the sector, particularly in expanding coverage, integrating informal sector workers, leveraging technology, and strengthening governance. However, policy alone is not enough. Its success will depend on effective implementation, and that responsibility rests with all of us in this room. Besides actual implementation, it also requires good and effective political system from the executive and, of course, the National Assembly. And that's why Banawashira, once the bill is ready and okayed by National Treasury, we need to make sure that the Parliament, in the first and second reading of this bill, is approved, and it requires some politics with executives and ensure that this bill is not shut down. So that we are speaking about another 2 years that there is a significant improvement from 2.8 trillion to probably 5 trillion. And that is a local solution for investment in this country. As a trustee and administrators, you are not just a steward of pension funds, you are a custodian of dignity, retirement, and architect of long-term financial security for millions of Kenyans. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let us leave this conference with a renewed focus and commitment to expand coverage and drive inclusion, strengthen governance and accountability, embrace innovation and technology, and ensure sustainable and adequate retirement outcomes. Let us move decisively from strategy to measurable outcomes and from intention to lasting impact. Thank you, and I wish you fruitful deliberation in this conference. I would like to add, ladies and gentlemen, let us not stay in the old tradition of a comfort zone to say that I'm drawing my salary. We need to be innovative. We need to improve from what you found there to a new technology, innovations, creativity, to make sure that you leave something behind to say that when I was there, I did this. I also want to request the president of Aptak, in the 1,030 schemes and the 150, I'm not in politics at the moment, the 150 delegates who are here, I can see, even when we were in Mombasa, probably there are 3 Muslims or 2. Inclusivity, cohesion, regional integrations is not here. We want to see, I know the president will say that CPF have got Muslims in his staff, but I'm not talking about the staff. I want to talk about the management, the directors, the CEOs, and the managers. They are not here. There is only a sister there. I don't know whether she was earlier or somebody else. I will request, predominantly the Muslims lives in 8 counties, and that is a significant population. I'll request that each of you, when you go back in next year's conference, let us at least see. I can also see, are we also meeting the sisters? Have they been taken care of? A third in the management of each of these organizations, so that women are taken care of. I have not also seen in this conference any person with a wheelchair or with a physical disability coming to this conference. Let us, all of us are Kenyans. We do not choose where we are. Let us incorporate among ourselves and ensure that we impress Kenya as one nation, all communities. Now I understand they moved from 43 to 46, and they should be there, honestly speaking. Let us not have the tradition of saying they are not qualified. They are there. The Turkanas, the Boranas, the Elimolos, the GMCs, they are there. I mean, for me as a Somali, we are not marginalized. We are not minority, but we are still marginalized. Let us have the first in this kind of forum. And if they are not in the management, then you will not find them in this place. With these few remarks, thank you so much. Dr. Jane, karibu sana.
Let's give a round of applause to our guest today, ladies and gentlemen. Please let's stand up, give a better round of applause to our guest today, ladies and gentlemen. We can do better than that, kindly, ladies and gentlemen. Makofi Mazuri, she has created time to be here today. All right, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. We can be seated. We vibe. For us to be alive, we vibe. Iende mbele na kazi ye. Iende mbele na kazi ye. Iende mbele na kazi Kenya. Oh my, I'm a teacher. That is 3, 5 minus 3, you only got 2%. 2%. Let's try it one more time. All right? Iende mbele na Kenya he. Iende mbele na Kenya yetu.
Iende mbele.
Iende mbele na kazi he.
Iende mbele.
Iende mbele na kazi Kenya.
Iende mbele. maana tunasema iende mbele. Ndio maana tunasema iende mbele.
5 minus 0%. I'm the PS Public Service and Human Capital Development in Kenya, and I begin with kazi. Work, work, and more work. You take care of us after our work. Once upon a time, there lived a man of the fasts. That man is known to most of us, and he's one of my favorites, Peter Drucker. And he said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Distinguished President of Aptak, my senior, and a man I respect a lot, Dr. Hosea Kili, Senior Counsel, MBS, a man of many accolades. Chairpersons of the Association of Pension Trustees and the administrators of Kenya, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on the protocols as already established. I salute you all. This is where I begin. What if the most powerful investment we could ever make is not in markets, but in people's futures? Because at its core, that is what pensions are all about. A promise we make today to protect dignity for tomorrow. It is a great honor and privilege for me to join you on this day in this occasion of the 5th annual Aptak International Conference. Allow me in total humility to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers for the invitation and commend the association for consistently providing a credible platform that brings together key stakeholders to deliberate on issues that are central to our nation's socio-economic transformation. I commend you for a very invigorating theme for this conference: sustainable value creation and opportunity in pensions, from strategy to measurable outcomes. This theme, to me, is both timely and forward-looking. It challenges us to move beyond intent and policy designs and instead focus on tangible, measurable, impactful results that can be felt by every Kenyan worker, retiree, and their households. Ladies and gentlemen, the pension sector in which you are domiciled occupies a uniquely strategic position within our economy. It is not an understatement to say it is a cornerstone of social protection, a driver of financial inclusion, and a critical resource for long-term capital. Let me at this juncture say this. Any room, and I mean it, and believe me when I say any room that brings together people who think about the future, this seriously, is a room full of nation builders. And before me, all I can see are very serious nation builders. Therefore, I am truly honored to be in this room with men and women who think very seriously about our nation and borders beyond our nation. Pensions are one of those things we all agree that are important. But somehow, we plan to start thinking about it always next month or just a few months to our retirement. It's a bit like exercise and diet. Everyone knows it matters for the long term. But consistency is where the real discipline lies. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, your work is so important to this nation. That is why, as the PS Public Service in Kenya, I chose to be nowhere else other than to be with you this day. You are building systems that protect people, not just from uncertainty, but from their own procrastination. Let us remember this. Kenya is at a defining moment. We are headed to Singapore. And as highlighted in this conference, long-term capital is not just important, it is essential to get us to Singapore and beyond. The pension sector is not just a financial mechanism. It is a strategic engine for investment, resilience, and inclusive growth. When pensions work well, and when I see all of you here, I can see my pension will work well. They do more than secure our retirement. They finance infrastructure, support markets, and stabilize economies. So when we talk about sustainable value creation and opportunities in pension, my dear brothers and sisters, we are really talking about the future of our nations. Allow me to take you briefly away from policy and into something that is very personal to me. My own journey into public service did not begin in the high office I hold today. It simply began in the four corners of a classroom. I am a teacher. I saw firsthand what it means. This is not a novel story. What it means to invest in people early and trust that the results will come later. This is exactly what pensions are. Delayed impact, but powerful long-term outcomes. Pensions are like planting a forest whose shade you may never sit under, but whose shelter will define the dignity of generations to come. In my current role as Principal Secretary in charge of public service and human capital development, I see pensions not just as liquid money, finance, but as human capital strategy. Because a secure worker is a productive worker. When people trust their future as protected, they serve with confidence, integrity, and purpose. And that is how strong institutions can be, institutions that are built on what you do on a day-to-day business. A secure future, my future, as a soon-to-be pensioner, is not a luxury for workers. It is the quiet engine that powers confidence, productivity, and national progress. So this conversation, my dear brothers and sisters gathered in this room, must go beyond compliance and regulations. It must move into innovation, inclusion, and measurable outcomes, exactly as you call it in your conference theme. I challenge all of us here, let us move from managing pensions to reimagining pensions, from safeguarding funds to unlocking opportunities. How do we expand coverage to the informal sector? I believe that is a teaser for you as you move forward with this conference. Another brainstorm. How do we make pension systems more accessible, more transparent, and more trusted? Because the real measure of success, and all of you will agree with me, is not how much we manage, but how much many lives you shall transform with your pension schemes. Trust me when I say this conference is powerful. It is because it brings together government, private sector, academia, development partners, and our international friends. And that is exactly how real progress happens, through partnerships. No single institution can do this alone, but together we can build systems that are resilient, inclusive, and future ready. I go back to one of my academic sweethearts, and that is still Peter Drucker. And he said, if you'd wake up now, I know he would say these words to all of us here. The best way to predict the future is simply to create it. And that's why you are here. You are predicting the future by simply creating it. You are not just being reactionary to the future, but you are shaping it. The work you do may not always be seen, but its impact will be felt beyond generations. So as I finish, as you engage over these next few days, be bold in your thinking. Be practical in your solutions. And remain united in the purpose that brought you to Mombasa. Because the future is not something we wait for, it is something we build. I thank you, I celebrate you, and I wish you a highly successful conference. With your indulgence, I hereby declare the 5th annual Aptak International Conference officially opened. Asanteni sana. May God bless you. Degyo mono, ero kamano, murio muno, Kongo imising, ashiole.
As she leaves the podium and as she leaves the building, thank you for welcoming us. Let's give me some music, DJ. Wanapoondoka, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you. Now she's gone, you remain with me. All right, I'm about fun and making sure that we enjoy this conference as much as possible. Much has been said, and even as we digest it, please, hebu simama mahali uko, please stand where you are, and you can sit very fast. Zabulon, I see you. Tusimame haraka kidogo. Wherever you are, just stand somewhere where you can sit very fast. Stand where, everybody, please stand. Thank you for complying. All right? Sit where you can sit fast. Sit. Stand. Sit. All right. Now, I'm going to give you a story before I invite the speaker who will continue with the rest of the program. Kuanzia hapa, nyinyi ni majirani. All right? Nyinyi ni? I can't hear you. All right. Hapa nyinyi ni polisi. Hapa nyinyi ni? I can't hear you. Na kule mwisho nyinyi ni waizi. Sawa sawa? Let it remain like that. So all of us, let's stand as we do this. I want you to get the enjoyment of this conference as much as possible. Let's stand please. All right. Before I welcome the next speaker. All right, that side, Nini? Oh, easy, yeah. Very smart thugs. All right? So I'm going to tell you a story. So when I tell you a story, you stand. When you hear your team has been mentioned, all right? Okay, so everybody sit down. Hadithi. Hapo zamani za kale nilikuwa naishi Mombasa. Nikaambiwa ukifika hapo Mombasa, majirani watakusaidia kukaa hapa vizuri. Lakini kwa sababu hapa majirani na polisi huwa wanasaidiana, wezi hawawezi kukuja. Kwa hiyo nikaambiwa kama, then you sit down. No. Once if I mention the other group, you sit, all right? Let's try it again. Hapo zamani za kale nilikuwa naishi Mombasa. Nikaambiwa ukifika Nairobi utapata majirani ambao watakusaidia kuishi vizuri. Nikaambiwa hawa majirani wanafanya kazi na polisi ili wezi wasitusumbue. Kwa hiyo nikaambiwa kama hawa maji ya kukunywa, please, let's concentrate. Let's remain seated. Tell your neighbor, concentrate, please. All right, let's do this again. Hapo zamani za kale niliambiwa kwamba wezi wakikuja, polisi wataweza kuwashika. Kwa hivyo majirani wakaniambia usijali kwa sababu politicians ni watu ambao si wazuri. Give your neighbor high five, tell them please concentrate. All right, thank you very much. Wonderful sessions, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be having a bit of breaks on that one as well. Kwame, just give me some music as we do some consultations. All right. Right away, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting straight to our discussions that is kicking us off with this wonderful conference that Madam PS has just rolled out for the next 3 days. It will be very engaging. We'll be having 3 days of wonderful discussions. We have very many wonderful speakers lined up, wonderful discussions and topics to be discussed. At this moment in time, without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to discuss on matters infrastructure as an asset class, and then we'll be looking at unlocking value and delivering sustainable, measurable returns. Ladies and gentlemen, none other to do that, then I will welcome Bwana Victor Chumo on behalf of Ton Mulwa to talk about unlocking value and delivering sustainable, measurable returns. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes, please, ladies and gentlemen. Wapi makofi yake anapokuja to take us through this wonderful session. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Good afternoon. Jenzizi wanasemanga muko aje? Muko vizuri. You know, now the challenge with my presentation is the people who've spoken before me, and especially Madam Pierce. She has set a very high tempo I don't know if I'm going to maintain that particular tempo, given what I'm going to present in front of you. So I hope I'll be able to do justice to the tempo that has been set. And thank you so much for your indulgence. So my name is Victor Chumo, Head of Investment Advisory and at Liaison Group and General Manager at Lindsay Finco. I'm standing in for my Managing Director, Mr. Tom Muller. Unfortunately, he could not make it for this particular session, so he sends his apologies. So we were given a very, I want to call it a very difficult assignment because it is something that we've spoken to very many times. And I was told that I have 3.5 hours to do my presentation. So if you are thinking about lunch, just put your head here first and then we'll talk about lunch later. So we were given a very difficult but very simple instructions to talk about infrastructure as an asset class, mainly because of what the work Lindsay and CPF have been doing over the last couple of years in terms of trying to create a new asset class. And the reason why I'm saying it's difficult is because it is a repetition. You know, it is a gospel. You know, you can read the Bible all over and over, but every time you read it, you feel like you're reading a new thing. So it is something that we've spoken to, and we will not slow down in terms of this particular gospel as we continue to speak about infrastructure. The president once said a few years ago, when we were launching one of our products at the NSC, Aptak president, that the expressway could have been built by the pension scheme, okay? Of course, if the right platform or the right opportunity was given to the pension scheme to do it, because we could now see that infrastructure is actually an asset class, and it is one that was demonstrated through the expressway. And he said that he could be able to do, as pension scheme, to do that particular investment. The head of state has said that in the next 20 years, Kenya is going to be one big construction site. So what that translates, and those in investment and investment banking, is that the country itself is prime, or rather is ripe for an investment opportunity in terms of infrastructure. So we have this particular opportunity that we are able to participate in, but what are we going to do about it? So I will proceed. This is just an introduction of who we are as Liaison Group and as Lindsay. So we've been in the market for quite a while, offering those particular 4 broad solutions into the market. So I'll go right to it, and I think one of the speakers before me said that Kenya has an infrastructure gap of around 5 trillion Kenya shillings. So roughly, Dukawala mathematics, that's around 40 to 50 billion US dollar. And Africa continues to face a very significant but persistent deficit in infrastructure. And you can see here is that Africa as a whole, and this translates, the GDP percentage translates to all the countries. When you look at Africa, the deficit, the required investment into infrastructure is around 7.1%. But what you are getting is 3.5%, roughly around $70 billion, which means there's a deficit of 3.6% in Africa, 100 billion US dollars that needs to be injected. Okay? And the consequences of this deficit is very, very profound across the continent, as you're looking at 600 million people who lack proper electricity, access, transport, networks, and even digital infrastructure. There was a video I saw the other day, I think it was on Instagram, and someone was saying, if you want to see how development is, I think there's a software where you can actually view the globe at night. And when you go to the Americas, you could see almost across the United States, there's lights, there are lights, there's very few places where it's dotted with darkness. When you go to Asia, when you go to Europe, the same thing. But when you come to Africa, you'll find, instead of dots, or the bigger chunk is the dots of darkness rather than light, which translates that we had 600 million people, but probably only 10% of that have electricity. What does that translate? It translates that we have the opportunity. But the paradox is, in Africa, is that we've been funding infrastructure mostly through government or external financing sources, the normal budget cycle. Now, that one has elevated most of African developing countries, our budget deficit levels, and every day that is a discussion that is there in the public forum. External financing, of course, that is also another burden. It's a bit expensive for us because of how external creditors view Africa as a country. But here is the kicker. We are looking at the estimated capital that is available in Africa, around 4 trillion. And I'm talking about cutting across the institutional investment forum. Kenya, we are looking at, only pension industry has 3 trillion Kenya shillings worth of assets under management. We've not looked at banks, we've not looked at other insurance companies and all that. So with this particular capital, then we are able to meet our infrastructure. But the challenge, the paradox in Africa is that most of our capital remains in short term. I think it was Simba who said that we invest mostly in the government papers and other fixed deposits, and that's where our money, or rather the institutional money, sits. So what is the potential solution that we can look at? And that's what we started discussing 3 or 4 years with Daktari, Senior Counsel, the President of Aptak, is that why can't we now go and mobilize using the capital markets and educate the institutional investors to come on board and enjoy these returns that we are seeing other foreign capital coming into the country, and we are seeing what you call rather the flight, or our shilling being converted into dollars and going out of the country instead of circulating within the country. So we believe that the capital markets will offer this particular solution. It can mobilize and allocate long-term capital efficiently. We've demonstrated that one. It can align long-term capital to infrastructure needs, because infrastructure is a long-term. We're looking at 30, 50 years. And when looking at institutional funds available, that is usually the time horizon that we invest. Because when you start investing, or rather contributing your pension at 25, for example, and you expect to access this money when you're 55, 60 years, you're looking at that particular time horizon of almost 30 years. Thirdly is we're able to mobilize domestic capital and also reduce reliance on public and external financing, the way I've initially indicated, and also improve efficiency, transparency, and discipline. I think a good chair of the RBA, I think in one of his, something in his speech, he said, transparency is key. And once you come into the capital market, there's that transparency where you are provided with all the information about a particular project. We're able also to expand and diversify investor base. You know, the Bible says, for those who are religious, that God only helps those who help themselves. So help will only come to you when you started. So you will need to put your own skin in the game so that you can also mobilize other external capital who can come and invest in on your terms. And lastly, it will be able to transform infrastructure into investable asset class as we continue to build the infrastructure. So what are some of the instruments that can be used? As I said, my presentation was going to be difficult and hard because these are things that we've spoken to. So we have ranging from infrastructure bond all the way to municipal bonds. These are not very new investable instruments that can be used. So these instruments, you know, simplicity is key. For you as an institutional investor, for the institutional investors, the owners of capital, you don't really want to know, did they use a D10 or a D3 in constructing a pillar? All you want to see is that they are experts or professionals who are going to do a road. And you can look at their profile and you know that they can do. And when this road is done, okay, you can able to do either a toll system or a way of this road being paying itself back. And you now have a view and say, the road is there, okay, the usage is there, the expressway is there, the usage is there. So what instrument can I use? We come and do either a blended finance strategy, we do an asset-backed security, and we give it to you, and all you are looking at, it becomes like a mirror to what the investment we've been doing in equities, in the normal bonds that we have. So the instruments are not few. Infrastructure bonds we've seen, they are applied by national government, even private sector, green and sustainable bonds, that one we have it in the market. Sukuk, we have it in the market. Asset-backed securities, we have it in the market. Blended finance is mostly used under the PPP structures. The only thing that is yet to come into the Kenyan market, and this is a challenge to those who are in the space of financial advisory, is we need to start also talking to our counties, talking to our municipalities, and see how can we enhance the efficiencies to issue a municipal bond, because these are the instruments that eventually are going to be used. And when you are doing, when you go and do benchmarks, these are the exact instruments that are applied in all these countries that we want to emulate. We all know the talk of Singapore. If you go to Singapore, this is exactly what they have in their country. So it's not rocket science. It's just things that we know, and we are very, very well educated and knowledgeable country to be able to do these particular instruments. Now, we are happy that we have the regulator here. One of the things that, of course, will make an investment investable is not even the numbers, is not even the return. Is there a framework, a platform that this investment can stand on to be able to produce the returns that they produce? We live in a country or in a world where we are guided by rules and regulations. So the enabling ecosystem will always rotate around the regulatory and policy frameworks. I think we've been enabled, we've been given those particular guidelines, and there's enough clear and predictable legal frameworks in the country to be able to invest in the structures, or rather in the instruments that I've mentioned. Being owners of social capital, there's always a need to make sure that we have proper credit enhancement, to make sure that your capital is protected at the end of the day, because of course any investment has its own risk, but the mitigation strategies has to be there. And one of the mitigation strategies is of course credit enhancement mechanism, and I'm happy that Damana is here, and I'm sure you'll speak to it on how such solutions will enable, or rather give comfort to the market to be able to invest into these particular projects. And of course, there is project preparation and bankability. As I've initially said, that these projects are complex in nature, but the question is how they are prepared. Are they bankable at the end of the day? And that is the question that we'll always discuss. I'll also want to talk about risk. As I've said, any investment always has risk and constraints. Of course, the constraints, or the biggest risk we have for pensions, are rather the institutional investors such as pension funds, insurance companies, sovereign funds, is that you hold long-term capital that is naturally aligned with the financing needs of infrastructure. Okay. However, there's always the risk of structural, regulatory, and market constraints. And when I'm talking about structural and financial risk, we are talking about shallow markets, and we can only deepen the markets when we participate into it. The Nairobi Securities Exchange and the Capital Markets Authority has continuously tried to ensure that we have enough products so that the participation of the market can be there. For example, the recently launch of the ZD Trader, you could see that there was an uptick in terms of the trading activities. And when more capital flows, okay, there is creation of deeper market, or rather deeper markets to enable investment. There's a currency risk. Most of these infrastructure risks are usually constructed or structured around the hard currencies, traditionally because of how we've been funding our long-term infrastructure or infrastructure asset. So there's always that particular risk of currency risk, but that one is a risk that is there, it's identifiable, and it can be priced into this particular instrument. And then there's a political and regulatory risk. I don't want to speak so much, but that is the nature. We are talking about 30, 50 years. During those particular periods, there's always regulatory changes, change of regime of governments, but what structures are put in place to make sure that these particular risks are taken care of? As I initially said, you know, sometimes someone will always ask, okay, these things that you're talking about, do you have actual case studies, or where are they actually been done that I can go and read or see? I've just taken 3 countries in Africa. I like focusing on Africa. I like looking at Africa and what others have done in Africa, because these are our neighbors and we're able to actually replicate. For example, when you look at the higher education system, interestingly enough, how higher education system in Kenya is actually done is the same how it's done in Zambia, it's the same how it's done in Ghana, it's the same how it's done in Egypt. The only difference is when you now go out of Africa is when you have a different way of how most of these countries do. So when I look at these particular countries, for example, Nigeria has really employed, or rather applied the issuance of Sukuk to fundraise or rather to build most of the infrastructure. You can see the most recent, they raised around $190 million for a 7-year paper. And it was well oversubscribed. In Kenya, we are not left behind. We've spoken about the National Infrastructure Fund, which has come into play to be able to bring both public and private capital to be able to bridge that particular 5 trillion gap. We've seen private sectors issuing green bond. We know Econ, we know Safaricom, they've issued green bonds, and we also have asset-backed securities that have been issued, and we've done the same with CPF together with Lindsay Finco, and put this particular product into the market to be able to ensure that we are building infrastructure, and as the PS has said, not for us, but for the generation to come. South Africa, they've done so much in terms of renewable independent power producer procurement program. I'm sorry, that is quite a mouthful, but they've done around 200 billion rands for the investments, and they use the credit guarantee vehicle to be able to mitigate or rather to provide the credit enhancement that has been done. So these are just examples. These are not many examples, but key examples that you can actually replicate. I'll go to my final log out. So I'll go to the final part of my presentation. As I said initially, I didn't want to take it low. I just wanted to take this thing on a high level because these are the things that we discussed. The outlook is very positive. We are all Kenyans and we live in this country. The investor appetite is very high. The global investor appetite for infrastructure assets continue to grow, particularly institutional investors. Why? Because infrastructure offers one of the stable, long-term, and good return. I don't want to use the word high. I just want to use the word good, decent return over a long time, over a long-term period. Secondly, there is the growing domestic capital. When I'm talking about growing domestic capital, with the enhancement has been done. I think 3 or 4 years ago, we are talking about pension funds being less than 2 trillion shillings. Now we are talking about 3 trillion, and I think by the time we get to 2030, we'll be way above 5 trillion Kenya shillings. This domestic capital is growing. Insurance sector is continuously growing slowly by slowly. But we are still faced with the same thing where we have limited investable investment asset classes that you can invest. And infrastructure asset is one asset class, is one of the asset classes that can be used. Technological solution, we are a country that loves technology. So, and that is one of the enablers for this, for any country to grow. We are in the technology evolution phase, and no country can grow right now without AI, without the use of technology. So the outlook is very positive. And then regional initiatives. We are talking about integration. When you're looking at the LAPSET projects, when you're looking at the standard gauge railway across the region, connecting all the way from Mombasa or Dar es Salaam all the way to the Western Africa. So these regional initiatives by the countries individually and together gives the opportunity that we have infrastructure, or rather infrastructure is indeed a long-term asset class that can withstand, or is there to stay for a while. Now, the theme of this year is measurable outcome, and what my sub-theme was, do we have, or rather does the investment in infrastructure give what everybody in the room asks? What are these returns that you're talking about? We can talk about toll roads, you can talk about energy, renewable energy, we can talk about all these asset classes. So I took the liberty to do a small research to identify what are the potential running returns when you invest into infrastructure asset classes, both for debt returns and equity returns. And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that we are not just talking about funding a project for the sake of funding the project. We are talking about future sustainable growth for your funds, for and for the institutional investors that we have. And you can see that in terms of the debt returns, we are looking at a low of 4%. These are regulated utilities because they have offer sure receivables, and you can go as high as 11% on what we call the midstream energy infrastructure provision. When you're looking at equity return, we're talking all the way to around 20% IRR. So infrastructure offers both. You can invest both in equity and in debt, and you can still be assured of the returns that I've demonstrated there in USD. I chose USD again because of the hard currency, and of course because we are no longer small. You know, now we in future, when a president, we will start talking about pension scheme asset under management in dollars, because you know when you get to 50 trillion, that is mouthful. You need to talk about 500 billion US dollars under management, and it's good that the members start discussing what is our return in dollar, and it is easier for us to compare with other global markets that we have. So, ladies and gentlemen, my presentation was very short and sweet. As I've said, I was put in a very tight position between very energetic speakers before me and lunch. Now I had to balance both. I hope I have also been energetic for you and provided you with something that you can now take into this particular conference, that infrastructure is an asset class that we should seriously consider. And you should seriously uptake so that you can be able to grow our institutional and the capital markets at large. So thank you so much, and I take it back to Bwana MC.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a better round of applause, considering that he had been put on the spot. But just before he goes, I'll kindly, maybe if there's a question or two, if you're in a position, I could take one or two questions. I mean, a good student always asks a question or something. Waswahili wanasema kuuliza sio nini? Ujinga. So I can maybe just take one or two questions in the interest of time, and then we can move on to our next. Mary, you can kindly hand over the microphone to the gentleman over there in the, it's a checked shirt, yes. He's there, yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think what you said is true, is that we usually meet in the boardrooms or such convention, but once we go back to our various schemes, the discussion dies. Maybe from the presentation, maybe as a scheme, you say that there are two avenues where we can invest if we opt for the infrastructure, either through debt or equity. Maybe the context of our country, the risk and the ever-changing regulations, like where will you advise a scheme? Like at what point should we actually go in as equity investors or as people who provide debt? Then, my second, I only have two. The second question is, which is the best approach for us? Should we actually come and invest in projects where it's only the pension schemes? Let's say, being as a consortium, I'll take, for example, the industry space that I might be comfortable with other schemes. Let's say energy projects. We have big schemes in the energy sector. I think such schemes, if they come together as consortium, they'll be very much willing to invest in an energy project because they understand that area. But what we're seeing in the market, I'll say, for example, the roads, you'll find that it's a project that each and every person is expected to come and invest in. How can we make it attractive to trustees who are the decision makers? I think there's a missing link. Most of these discussions are actually championed, let's say, by guys like you who actually invested or as equity, or the fund managers. The trustees are only given the end product. Like, they're not told, what should we do? But what comes to us is, we have this idea. Can we invest here? But in the initial stages, trustees are left out.
Thank you very much. I will start with your second question, which is a very simple, and together with the president, we've tried to do it. What we identified is the reason probably trustees do not, or rather are, they take a backseat when it comes to investing into this infrastructure problem, is the problem could have emanated from us transaction advisors. Why? We tend to communicate in very complicated words. I come and tell you leverage, DCRA, multiple of these. You don't want to know all those, okay? It will be there in the papers, it will be there in the documentations, but the feedback we got is, come and present this opportunity in a very simple way. And actually one of the comments was, the way I will understand an infrastructure paper from government. Government says, give us 100 billion, we'll give you a return of 10% over 5 years, and we're giving you these security measures to make sure that we pay you. Simple and understandable. When you go and take your money to a fixed deposit in the bank, all you ask the bank is, what is the rate you're going to give me? How secure is my money? They don't tell you now, you see, you will take your money, you will go and lend to Aptak so that Aptak can go and build Falcom 9 to take it to space so that we can go to the moon. They don't tell you all that. But behind the scene, that is what happens. So one of the things we are trying to do is we are trying to simplify the language without watering down the contents and the substance of the matter of what an asset-backed security is, on what a sukuk is, on what a municipal bond is. And this is an education that we've taken up ourselves as transaction advisors to make sure that the trustees understand transactions or investment opportunities from a simplified language, and slowly by slowly we will continue to grow and to provide those particular investment. And in any case, even these countries that have done, I'll take an example of Australia. Until 2010, Australia never used to have invest their pension schemes in pension scheme money in very complicated or alternative asset classes. But when the market started explaining, now you find that most of the funds in the pension schemes in the Australian institutional market space, they invest into these alternative asset classes. What did they do? They just did a demonstration that this is a project, this is how people are going to be using, this is the money you're going to get, and this is how the returns you're going to go. And that's what we will be doing. We will not, we will continue until eventually in 2 or 3 years, it will now be, when we bring an asset-backed security, you'll have seen it and you'll have done it. So the trick is doing and bringing those products to you and telling you this is the product. Now, for you to understand, invest. When you get your first coupon, now you'll say, okay, this thing is working. So the next one, it becomes easy. And that's what we'll do, and we'll be able to provide. Now the next, your first question was which of the two between debt and equity? Of course, the answer usually is depending, of course, on the risk profile of the scheme. And because debt has some level of security, equity, you are taking a bit more of a risk. So the scheme needs to understand the level of risk they can accommodate, guided by your investment policy statement. But most schemes will find that they can do a blend. They can mix. You do, if you're investing 100 shillings, you say 70 will go to debt and 30 to go to equity. And slowly by slowly, as you continuously continue to understand these particular investments, then you're able to probably say, this time we just want to do equity, this time we just want to do debt. And that will be my answer, and I hope I have assisted you.
All right, thank you very much. In the interest of time, I think we will...
just to test if the MC understands, So, do you understand what is an infrastructure bond? I'm gonna
An infrastructure is an infrastructure. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. And just before you leave, kindly let me have him come back. I will have him just get a small token of appreciation on behalf of Banatom Mulwa. I request Rosbella Mbai of Teleposta Pension Scheme, Akwapi. Rosbella Mbai to come and present it to the gentleman over here. Let's appreciate him for that wonderful presentation. After he said he had been put in quite a corner, you've done very well, sir. We really, really appreciate you. There is an exhibition tent out there, even as we continue with the forum. I request all of us to kindly pay a visit to the different exhibitors that are out there and get to understand much more that we could not get from this wonderful space that we had over here. Thank you very much. I hope our cameraman got that. Cameraman, you got that? Asante sana. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Thank you very much. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to discuss matters infrastructure, financing, green bonds, and PPL models, the strategic opportunity for pension funds. Ladies and gentlemen, none other than a person, none other than a person who has 24 years, over 22 years experience in corporate and project finance, public investment in banking, public-private partnerships, and in economic development advisory work. Previously, she was managing director at Strategy Advisors, where she was part of the Konza Technopolis Master Development Partner 2 consortium responsible for delivering the economic and financial model for the first 400 acres phase 1 of the project. Ladies and gentlemen, at Strategia, she also supported the USAID East Africa Trade and Investment Hub in effecting their project appraisal and investment facilitation strategy across Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Ethiopia, Mauritius, and Madagascar, and prayerfully Singapore one day. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Madam Christine Nganga to take us through this second session. Asante sana. Wapi makofi yake mazuri anapokuja to take us through all this. Asante sana.
afternoon. I know it's before lunch, but a bit more energy. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you. So as mentioned, I'm here to talk on infrastructure, and thank you, gentlemen from Liaison, because it's a really good segue to what I'm going to be discussing. This discussion is really making the case for infrastructure, and I'll speak to it about it in the context of infrastructure in Kenya, and specifically PPP projects. So the quick outline, I'll do an introduction, introduce PPP project cycle so that everyone has at least a high level. I know many of you wonder, what is this PPP thing? Then we'll talk about some structures and a bit of a case study so that you can see where you fit in the context. So we start off with some basic definitions. Sorry. PPP, that's a long-term contract between a private party and a government entity for providing a public asset or service in which the private party bears significant risk and management responsibility, and remuneration is linked to performance. So those are the key things. It's about transferring risk of delivering an asset to a private partner and the management of that asset many times. And finally, performance-linked payment. Project finance, of course, PPPs draw a lot from project finance. It's a project financing structure. So again, financing of long-term infrastructure on a limited or non-recourse finance structure. So that's actually where we like it as government. It goes off balance sheet. It's non-recourse to us because, and also to the SPV, actually, the SPV that is forming the company doing the project. So debt and equity is used for financing the project, and repayment is on the basis of cash flows, not of assets that are used as security as you do with your loans in the bank. The PPP Directorate, its role is really to provide technical support to the MDAs, the ministries, development departments and agencies of government, as well as counties. So we act as a trusted advisor as they're going through the process of evaluating a project to be a PPP. So again, just real quick, key features. The project is bundled into one procurement. So you're not procuring construction, you're not procuring management differently, the engineers separately, etc. One single partner is responsible for delivering, and it's a long-term contract. A lot of risk transfer to the private party, using private sector financing, and paid for performance. When we're looking at viability of a PPP, what do we look at? Again, you're seeing repetition. Risk transfer. So normally when government is building, you're the one responsible for delivering the asset, the quality of the construction, etc. In this case, you're saying private partner, you deal with that. If it's all we want to know is that this building is working and can be used, or this asset, this road, this water infrastructure is working and can serve X number of people, or in this region. How you deliver it, it's up to you to just maintain a certain level of standard in the service. Bankability. The project, how it's conceived, has to be structured in a way that a lender is willing to put money into it. So they must have some confidence that the cash flows are real. They have to have some confidence that those cash flows will not be diverted to another project that becomes urgent, and many other areas. Affordability. When we talk about affordability, you have a project that is paid back either by government or by private users. So for example, when you think of the expressway, you, the users, you go on the expressway, you pay for the road. So when we're talking about affordability in that case, is that the amount that you're paying is reasonable, that you can see value for money. When we're saying for government, it's the same thing. We want value for money, but it's also an amount that can be accommodated in government budget. And value for money, I've mentioned it several times, really that we're saying that if a private party delivers this infrastructure, the efficiency and the technology and innovation that they bring into that delivery and the cost of financing all put together will actually deliver it at a more efficient cost and more than if government did it. Just a quick look at some of the risks that we look at. So when we talk about transferring risk, this is at a high level what it typically looks like, but there's always some negotiation. You can see some ticks in red. So we're saying when you're transferring risk on the first column, those are the risks that typically government will retain. On the right column, typically the private party will take up as you're going through. So financing, it's a private party to come up with it. Designing, it's theirs. Construction is theirs. Land acquisition sits with government. Necessary permits, etc., etc. When you see the red ones, it's because sometimes depending on the structure of the project, there's a need to share some of those risks, or some of them are negotiated and fully transferred to one party, and who may take up insurances, for example, to mitigate those risks. This is a typical PPP project life cycle. So when we start with a project, we have the inception stage. Usually we would have meetings with a government agency, a ministry, let's say Kenha or Ketraco, and they say we have an idea for a project. And they have to submit a concept note to government, to the National Treasury. The project is then evaluated whether it sits better as a private, as an on-budget project, or has potential for commercial viability and therefore should be considered on a PPP basis. If that is approved, then there's a now full appraisal. And here we're looking at a competitive project. So a full appraisal is undertaken by conducting, preparing a feasibility study that looks at the technical specifications, financial, looks at legal, whether it fits within our legal context, whether there are certain laws or regulations that would need to be changed for it to actually work. We look at the environmental and social aspects of the project, and that evaluation report results in that feasibility study, which has to be approved by the PPP committee. And if that is done, then it moves on to procurement. And that's when you see the tenders going out, RFPs that are saying, we are conducting, we're looking to find a proponent to take up a project. When they're identified, there are negotiations with the winning bidder, and then there's contract execution of that, and that's what we call the project agreement. It's the contract between government and the private party for the delivery of that asset. The private party then develops the asset. It may take 2 years, may take 3 years, depending on the scale and complexity of the project. And what we're calling delivery is now the period of the contract when they're actually delivering the service. And in that period, of course, that's operations and maintenance. So all PPP projects, or let's say a majority of them, are not just delivering the asset, but it's actually running the asset for a period of time. According to the PPP Act, the maximum period is 30 years. And then at the end, there's a handback to government of the asset at the end of the contract. And when that happens, there's a period where, probably within 2 years before it ends, where they must track the quality of the asset as it's being handed over to ensure that it is an asset that can still serve us as a country. I won't go into the details, but that's a typical contractual structure. Maybe very quickly, government. Let's assume this is a road project. This could be Kenha sitting there. And the SPV is a private party. And there's a regulator. Actually, let me, now that I see this, this is a structure for energy sector. So there's EPRA there. Let's say this could be Ketraco, could be GDC that we've had projects with, generation or transmission. There's an off-taker of power. Off-taker in this case would typically be KPLC. Users, you get your electricity, you pay KPLC. KPLC pays the private party for providing power. The private party has lenders and equity sponsors. This is where the pension funds would be sitting, potentially, if you're doing a direct investment and not doing an investment through capital markets. And then, of course, the SPV has various contracts. The company that is constructing, company that is operating, these two may even have a contract to interface their services, ensure that that is working well, etc. Okay, so now why invest in infrastructure for pension funds? What's the case for it? Liability matching strategy, yes? So the investment horizon matches long-term projects, long-term cash flow, predictable cash flows, providing a stable income stream. There's diversification of the portfolio. So low correlation with other asset classes that you might be invested in. There's inflation protection. Most PPP contracts have indexation, inflation indexation, as well as, or may have structures like KPLC. When you look at your power bill, you always see the Forex component of your power bill because there's a pass-through mechanism that is a natural hedge against price increases. So that's why it's also aligned well. Low default rates. So globally, typically, infrastructure projects have a 2 to 3% default rate. Why? There are a lot of credit enhancement instruments that are built into them. So even if they were at risk, you find that your cash is protected because there were, when we have, say, PRGs, those are the partial risk guarantees. So as government, we will always provide guarantees on political risk, right? If there's a policy change, a change in law that affects the project economics, it can be triggered and there's compensation to the private party. If there is war, it's also triggered. When it comes to commercial or credit risks, it's up to the private party to find ways of mitigating that, and they might take, for example, we call the MEGA guarantee. You have products like that the MANA provides that would be part of that structure. The LOS is what we call a letter of support, and that's what government provides as a certain level of guarantee. VGF is Viability Gap Fund, which is where sometimes you find maybe the project economics are not quite there, and so government says, let me kick in some money up front to lower the project cost overall. And actually that did happen in Expressway. The Expressway, the fees would have been much higher, but government kicked in some capital at the beginning to lower the entire project cost and allow that the cash flows required at a cost that the public can endure. So that's why you find lower rates of default. And resilience, again, during market volatility, you find utilities are always a stable investment. So transport, inaendelea. Energy, we still need our power. And therefore, it's a predictable, less volatile investment. Now, just giving a bit of a sense, we're looking at globally, but it's really for us to see where we could be headed on our journey to Singapore, right? So, top pension funds, just showing you what they're invested in at a high level. So if the Quebec Fund, it includes telecommunications towers, electricity transmission networks, transit projects, rail systems, etc. You can see CPP, Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, pretty one of the most active and largest. Energy infrastructure, pipeline, and LNG, liquefied gas, renewable energy again, digital infrastructure, transport, water, very active. Australian Supernation Fund, transport, renewable energy. You can see a pattern, right? Abu Dhabi Investment Authority is actually the Sovereign Wealth Fund, has a sovereign wealth fund that is invested in infrastructure funds. So it actually funds other funds. But it's also invested in a toll road, etc. Dutch Pension Fund, again, various investments, and they do work together with other pension funds, both domestically and internationally. Pension funds also invest through fund managers. The big ones, international ones, I'm sure you've heard of the Brookfield Asset Managers, BlackRock, KKR is a bit more on leveraged buyouts. I wouldn't get into the details, but they are large in the space. Macquarie out of Australia. Of course here, Old Mutual, and I think they're represented here, we mentioned. And of course CPF is also here. So just, again, trying to give you a more detailed sense of how it works. On the Canada Pension Plan, we look at a project here. It acquires an equity stake and commits capital to a wide range of assets, right? Their portfolio, 51.8 billion Canadian dollars as at December 23. Core infrastructure sectors, energy, you can see a whole range. Digital infrastructure, telecoms, data centers, in transport, they're in toll roads, in tunnels, a lot of roads, and in water and sanitation. They're in Wales, in gas distribution, in Brazil, doing water and sanitation. So these are global, they participate globally. Recent Kenya infrastructure transactions, just to give you a sense, and I hope you're able to read, but basically just giving you a flavor of what potential opportunities could be there. Because well, we're not that active. There are many other people that are active. The development finance institutions, even some foreign pension funds like the South African Public Investment Fund is active in Kenya, directly and through funds. So when you look at this, you can see these recent transactions. I'm looking at some of what came through in 25 and even in 26. So Tullow Oil and Gulf Energy finalized share purchase agreement, yeah, and that was bought by Oron Energy, which is an affiliate. Then there's Poor Internet was able to raise $4 million from FinFund. That was to extend broadband internet to underserved communities in Kenya. Third one, IFC has teamed up with Standard Chartered to enhance local currency financing for digital infrastructure. Kenya will be receiving funding from UAE and China for part of the extension of SGR as part of the funding structure. E-mobility company, you know Basigo, secured a lot, 41.5 million. That was really from very many funders. So you can see this is a structure of blended financing, both from private equity funds, as well as banks, as well as impact funds. Quite a structure led by Africa 50, which is a financier that is a subsidiary of the Africa Development Bank. Below that, you can see Africa Development Bank is joining IFC as a lender to Kaishan, and that's one of our projects. We're actually at the stage where we are finalizing on the credit enhancement facilities. And that is a geothermal plant. Mirova has committed 19 million to Cold Solutions Kiambu to support expansion of cold storage logistics. This project is at Tatu City. Propaco has completed an equity co-investment in Meridian's Kipeto Wind project. You know about Kipeto Wind, they have a phase 2 expansion. This again is a 2026 transaction. Of course, we're all aware of the IPO. In this one, it's more of exits rather than investments. Government exiting out of KPC and also selling a stake in Safaricom. Those are also related to infrastructure because a good portion of that funding, I mean, these projects are infrastructure plays, but the funds are also going to seed the National Infrastructure Fund. So you can see even within our country, there's quite a bit of activity. So where are we playing in this? And when you look at these two last ones, the exits by government, they both, I'll use a word that maybe was said was we shouldn't be getting into discussing multiples, but essentially the multiples there are north of 20% for both transactions. Here, when you look at pension participation, we have CPF that participated in one of our transactions. The recently launched Kenya Defence Forces houses, I think you might have seen it in the news when the president was launching. That is just the first phase of 500 units. But it's a much larger project. It involves 5 sites, and that is something that we continue to develop. We are seeing a lot of interest in toll roads, transmission lines, solarization of institutions, housing, for diplomatic housing, which is something that we're looking to renew. So there's a lot of room for pension funds, particularly in what we call brownfields, projects that are existing, that now there is already a steady cash flow, because the riskiest part of the project is during construction. Of course, we have others that are geothermal projects, upstream and downstream, and midstream actually, and student housing, hospitals, data centers, and even space. I don't know if any of you saw, we have recently, we're just closing on identifying the transaction advisor for establishment of a spaceport for Kenya in the Malindi, in the coastal area. And we're very excited because we've actually attracted quite a lot of interest from strong candidates to do this and take it to market. What you might wonder what we're doing in space, just to be clear, we're not trying to go to the moon or colonize the moon. What we're trying to do is set up, it's almost like an airport for satellites, and essentially launching. And Kenya, where we are situated, we are actually in one of the best locations. We are on the equator, which makes a satellite use the least amount of fuel because there's less resistance. And it's always best to be near a body of water to your east side, and we have the Indian Ocean. So it's strategically very well located. So how can you participate more in PPPs? I would say, first of all, you start by visiting our website. Our website is PPP Kenya. I don't know if our team would like to link it, but pppkenya.go.ke. All our projects are there. From concept, you remember the project life cycle. From concept, you can see everything we have from concept to those that are actually in operation. And then do your research. Research various infrastructure sectors that are available for direct or co-investment or equity or debt investments, right? The sectors there listed are government's priority. So we're putting a lot of time into those because they are enablers of the economy. And then you can always invite the PPP Directorate to conduct trainings. You can speak. How did I get into where this came from? But you can always speak with DFIs, commercial banks, and see what they're investing in, and maybe consider co-investing with them. You may be looking to refinance. You may look at project developers. So some of the companies that are developing a project, at some point they may want to exit or even partially exit before the end of the project. Or even at the end of their years, maybe there's a chance to extend. You can look at how to be part of that refinancing and take advantage of the long-term predictable cash flows at that point. Apologize, I'm not sure how that slide got there, but basically at the end, speak to your asset managers because they can, you can tell them you want to look at some of these projects to learn more about them, and therefore you want that exposure to learn and for them to review and consider projects that are coming on the pipeline. And just to take a couple of minutes, I just want to demonstrate to you some of the projects that have been in our pipeline. If you could, sorry? Oh, it will keep going? Okay. Investing with them. You may be looking to refinance. So this is one of our projects, recently reached commercial close. We're working towards financial close.
The
For
transmission sector is one of the most underinvested parts of the electricity value chain in Africa.
We've been focusing on the generation side. We've also focused to a degree at the end, which is distribution, where the end user gets the power. If you don't have the bridge that connects the two together, you're going to have a gap.
Traditionally, on our continent, African governments have funded transmission lines.
There was a bias by governments considering transmission lines as national security assets. The private sector can play an incredible role in catalyzing more investment, freeing up our governments and others to then invest in healthcare or other things which are more pressing. Transmission assets in general lend themselves to fairly predictable revenue streams. The maintenance issues are quite low. Once these assets are in the ground, they can last for up to 50 years. So from a private sector perspective, you've seen tremendous interest. So this is not just a one-country imperative, but solving for regional infrastructure challenges. For example, the development of transmission pools that allow power produced in one country at fairly low cost to be transmitted to another country means that infrastructure can also be an important plank in growing these economies beyond the...
You don't have the bridge.
Their borders.
As Africa 50, we have partnered with Power Grid of India to deliver to the Kenyan economy the first transmission line PPPs. And we're looking to expand this across other markets.
This should be the first of such transmission PPPs on the continent. So there is room for private investment to also come into this space.
Sorry, we're in agriculture.
Across Kenya, young people are looking for one thing: opportunity. Once stalled, the Galana Kulalu project was revived in 2023 by President William Ruto through a strong public-private partnership. SELU stepped in as a private party with action. With a 40,000-acre concession, SELU is transforming the land into a hub of food production, planting 3,200 acres of seed maize this year and 5,400 by the end of 2026.
The irrigation system currently taps into 265 million liters of water daily, soon to be fully powered by solar energy.
And mine is Kenya, so warm and wild and free. You'll always stay with me here in my heart. My land is Kenya, right from your highlands to the sea. You'll always stay with me here in my heart.
Already 400 locals are employed, with that number expected to triple by
So this
2026.
project has happened on
Naitwa Kashutu Kirao, mkaji wa
at
Shakahola.
Galana Kulalu.
Na
If you remember, the
tumepata
original
kibarua kwa
Galana
kampuni
Kulalu
SEM.
government project has been
Kwa hivyo tunashukuru sana kwa hiyo
reimagined with a
kampuni
private party.
na tumepewa kazi hapa na tumefunzwa na sasa tunaendelea nayo kazi.
This is more than farming. It's about livelihoods, skills, and empowerment. Working with one of the largest seed companies globally, Selu will reduce Kenya's seed imports by 25% in 2026, strengthening food security. It's real progress for Kenya by Kenyans with Kenyans.
My land is Kenya, right from your highlands to the sea. You'll always stay with me here in my heart, here in my heart.
And we have one last one. This project we're in negotiation stage, not yet quite closed, but this is in water. This is a water project in the coastal area, actually Kilifi, and it is to bring water to Mombasa, Kilifi, Malindi.
Issue ya maji imeanza toka miaka ya nyuma sana, kitambo sana, karibu miaka hiyo 60.
There hasn't been any major investments in water infrastructure at the coast.
It has been recognized as a health and economic disaster in the waiting. Less than 30% of the population in the area had piped water coverage, a chronic problem for over 60 years. Until now.
The most suitable project in terms of size and an impact and relative ease of execution was the Sabaki Water Project.
Why Sabaki Water and Sanitation Project? It's going all the way down to consumer level. It's managing non-revenue water, and it's looking after the end consumers.
We're involving the government, both national and county government, and we are also involving the affected communities.
And there is no other non-similar project within the country.
The Sabaki Water Project, a PPP via a consortium of proponents, is developing an integrated water supply and wastewater treatment solution consisting of bulk water abstraction, water transmission and distribution infrastructure, and wastewater collection and treatment.
The demand is in the range of 300,000 cubic meters of water a day. We expect that we will be able to meet perhaps an additional 20-25%.
The Sabaki Water Project, coming soon to Mombasa and Kilifi counties.
So as you see, we're trying to do a lot in the country. That's just a sample of our current projects. And we'd really the future of, accelerating this is local currency financing and local patient capital. That's the only way we can transform. Debt on its own, as we do with the debt financing, will not do it. So we welcome you to join us in this journey and to engage with your fund managers to see how best we can work together. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give a bit of round of applause to her as well.
Thank you very much, Christine. How did you see that? Colleagues, trustees, this is for you particularly. How did you like it? Are you okay? Yeah, I think I just want to emphasize what the PPP Directorate is trying to tell us. The uptake by pension funds, many pension funds or in these alternative asset investments is very low. And I know it mostly is because of lack of understanding, lack of training for the trustees, and also lack of capacity within our fund managers. I want to tell you, trustees, you are relying on the traditional fund managers. They will simply give you the recommendations as usual. As usual. Mambo ya treasury bonds, maybe some equities, maybe just a few things like those ones. We need to have new thinking. Now, the beauty about getting involved in infrastructure investments through those models which have been shared by Christine is that you have long-term inflation adjusted returns. Long-term. It may look, somebody may, I'm a trustee for 5 years. How can I be involved in an investment which will take 20 years or 30 years? The beauty about all these things, and I've learned a lot myself, because that's why you see CPF is been involved in quite a number of these, is that it is possible to create liquidity around any of these investments. You don't have to remain there for those 30 years. So what you need to ask questions, and it will be answered by most of the people who have this capacity, and I will help where I can, is that how do I get involved without getting tied down over a long period of time? Secondly, as you will see from the afternoon presentation by Chris Olobo, who is in charge of the Mana Guarantee Fund, you can also de-risk quite a number of those risks you are worried about, including political risk. So you can actually invest. So after lunch, Olobo will come and talk, because the two, then you can ask questions, the two presenters, because the two are tied to the hip. Because one of the biggest worries for trustees is risks. And of course, there's nothing without risk in this world. Even being here just alone, sitting on that seat, you can collapse. And there's I don't think there's an insurance cover which can completely rescue from that. So I want to tell you that it's an exciting journey. You have seen some of the institutions outside Kenya who are doing these investments, and many are dying for our high returns. In those foreign countries, they are unable to get returns of the percentages we get in Kenya. So there are many who want to come here, but one thing they normally ask, are local pension funds involved or not? Now, I'm asking RBA, us as Aptak members to be the local pension funds who are looking for these ideas, looking for these opportunities, and getting involved. I want to tell you some of the investments we have already made as an institution. CPF has actually made us, we are very excited about it. Some of them are really giving us interesting returns, and these are all alternatives and secure. Some are in mining, and there are very huge opportunities now coming up in mining. You can engage with my team and myself if you want to know more about mining, because that's another area of investment. You want to know more about all this infrastructure, which they touch the lives of our people. You can imagine if you are Kenya Post Authority scheme, you have huge assets under management, but you are not an investor even in what your company is doing, your institution is doing at a port, and you are waiting for a South African pension fund called PIC They actually call the real pension fund is called GVF. Senor, they are capable of assessing this investment in Kenya and coming to invest. So how many of you are aware that there is opportunity which have been opened by KPA to build additional bus, because the demand for ships to come to Kenya is huge, and there are not enough spaces for them to dock. That is flying cash. It's a huge amount of money, and it's paid even in foreign currency. So these are things trustees stop being what you call passive participants in your own in this country. Get active, and that's why we encourage you to be part of Aptak. Aptak, we encourage creativity, innovation, and if you don't feel comfortable, we are here to share experiences together. And that's why we bring you people like Christine. Congratulations, Christine, for coming. And also you'll hear from the other team members. So with those remarks, I think the morning, we have taken too long in the morning because of the ceremony we had to do. But the afternoon, please come back early so that you can hear some other interesting things to be discussed.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Bwana President Asante Sana. Thank you very much, and also for the morning session and the speakers who are here, and also for yourselves just to be very patient with the time that we were working with. Without much ado, I'll kindly request Madam Nganga to please come back so we can give you a small token of appreciation. I'll request Mr. Frederick Mayoga from GDC Pension Scheme to come and present it to her, please. Let's appreciate Christine for the wonderful job that she has done here today. So kindly, Kwame and team, give me one of those. I think Christine has it there. You can let me have. All right. So you can pick it. All right. A round of applause, please, and they're getting some lovely photos over there. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Asante Sana. For those ones who have any queries and questions to Madam Nganga, please feel free. She says she's still around. We can still engage. Later on, she's still around. You can feel free to engage with her as such a powerful speaker over there. Thank you very much. I will not take much time. Remember, in the afternoon, we still have more speakers lined up, and also outside there, we'll be having our lovely presentation tents or exhibition tents. Please make sure you feel free to attend and get as much as you can from there. As we head to lunch, please kindly lift up your right hand. Lift up your right hand, repeat after me before you go for lunch. Repeat after me, say I, then say your name. I do hereby swear that I will only eat one plate. Yeah, I knew that one will have a problem with Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch. Let's meet in the afternoon session. Thank you very much. Give me some music, sound team, as we continue. Let's have 20 minutes, let's be back here, please. In 20 minutes, let's be back here. Yes. having done one plate that you had vowed to do, we are back here for our afternoon session. We will begin in earnest in the interest of time. Here to talk about de-risking public infrastructure for pension trustees and how credit guarantees turn projects into safe investable assets. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our next topic of discussion for this wonderful afternoon on our first day of the 3-day conference that we're having that will be running up to Friday. None other to do it than Chris, who is a project finance specialist with over 20 years experience in building relationships, originating and executing transactions across numerous sectors in Africa and Europe. Chris has a strong background in project corporate finance, and his charismatic leadership has been instrumental in shaping the Mana into a company that is set to transform East Africa's landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, to welcome Lobo, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Mana Guarantee Company. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes, please. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you, MC. But there's one thing you forgot, Mr. MC. My session was supposed to be before lunch, and I forgave them, right? So now I'm coming after lunch. So how you can pay me, ladies and gentlemen, when I say something, whether it's funny or it's not, either you laugh or you clap. Sindio? That's how you will be able to reward me for letting you have lunch, because food was getting finished. Asante sana. All right, good afternoon to everybody. My task is not going to be easy because it's after lunch, but I think we're going to talk about something that is interesting, something that makes sense to you trustees, and at the end of it, I will leave my number because you will be looking for me at the end of this. Madame Pierre said something which was quite resonating with me, that we are all building the nation in this room. All of you. And in this room, we have 2.8 trillion. That 2.8 stays behind it, who are the most important people. You have fund managers, you have transaction advisors, you have everybody. But what you also do, which is very similar, when you're building a house. Have you all built your houses, or you just buy ready-made houses? But when you're building a house, you see the scaffolding. You know what the scaffolding does? It is to protect you, okay? So it gives you access, but it also protects you so you don't fall. So scaffolding is there. And then you see, the people who are building, they put on a helmet, all right? And that helmet is to protect you as well, okay? And if you travel on your expressways, on the Southern Bypass, on the expressways, you see the guardrails. All right? The guardrails are also there to protect you. So as you build the nation, remember there's going to be scaffolding, there's going to be helmets, and there is going to be guardrails. Ladies and gentlemen, the guardrail, the helmet, and the scaffolding is the Mana Guarantee Company. So as you build Kenya, you must always remember about the guardrails, and that is us. And maybe I can end my presentation here, so that trustees, all you need to know is the scaffolding, the guardrails, and the helmet is the Mana Guarantee Company Limited. Mana MC, should that be the end of my presentation? He's not here, so let me go on. But I'm not hearing you clap. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You promised me you would clap. What is the Mana Guarantee Company? The Mana Guarantee Company is a highly rated East African financial guarantee company. So the name is very simple. And we guarantee bonds, we guarantee loans, and we guarantee structured finance products, not just in Kenya, but across East Africa. Our mandate, as you can see, is very simple. We want to start to be that change agent that deepens our capital markets. We want the 2.8 trillion that you have in this room to flow into the economy, not just to flow in government securities. That is our mandate as the Mana. And our vision is to be that trust, right? Trustee and trust are all the same. Vision is to be that trust. when you want to invest in any project, we want you to think about Damana first, because that's how, remember we talked of the guardrails, the helmet, and the scaffolding. That's our vision, and our mission at the end of it is we want to have created the resilience that we see and we need in East Africa. In Kenya, you've all probably flown or driven down, and if you looked at the newspaper today, the cost of fuel has gone up by what? By 40 shillings? Okay? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is because we are not insulated from the geopolitical issues that are happening. Okay? So what we are saying, review the 2.8 trillion, tunasema tumechoka US dollars. Let's invest and do things in Kenya shillings. Does that resonate well? Then we'll not have the fuel issues. So that's what we are here to do. We have 3 business lines. So how do we help pension funds, and where can we help your investments? Number 1, we can help your investments in public infrastructure finance, okay? So think of everything you're doing with your municipalities, with the counties, with the MDAs, JKIA, or Talanta for that matter. That is public infrastructure, and we are going to be your guardrails as you go into public infrastructure. We also have private infrastructure, and that again is similar to public, but the sponsors are going to be your private companies. Again, think of Damana as your guardrail as you go to invest in the private projects like the Nairobi to Nakuru Expressway. Okay? And then lastly, we also will support you in structured finance. So when you talk of securitizations, when you talk of corporate bonds, either listed or unlisted, if you want to invest in commercial paper, the number you should be calling will come on the screen, is the number for Damana. That's how we're going to help you pension fund trustees through our 3 business lines. Where does Damana get its money, right? Do we actually have money? You know, are we a trusted organization? We get money from a couple of sources, and these are our shareholders. Our first shareholder on the right is the Private Infrastructure Development Group. Now, PAGE is a very interesting institution. It comprises of 6 European countries. Sorry, not 6, 5. So you have the UK, Netherlands, Germany, you also have Australia, and all of these own 50% of Damana, okay? Then the other shareholder that we have is the African Development Bank that owns about 20% of Damana, and this is paid in capital, so they've actually invested in Damana. The other shareholder, which actually invested in us 2 days ago, the Africa Finance Corporation, we will be making that announcement later this afternoon, have made an investment of 23% into the equity of Damana. And last but not least, which is one I'm so proud of, is our local shareholder, and I thank the president of Aptak, I thank Daktari, is CPF. So CPF hold a 10% stake in the Damana Guarantee Company, and they were an anchor investor. So Christine, on the slide that you have, where you're trying to show projects that pension funds have invested in, I was actually disappointed that you did not put CPF's investment into Damana. Because that I think is a very innovative thing, and what CPF has done, nobody has done that globally, right? CPF is the first pension fund to invest in a guarantee company at the beginning. So CPF is showing the way. If I don't hear clapping, okay, thank you. And then we have contingent capital. Sorry? You're showing hard infrastructure, but we support hard infrastructure. So what the shareholders are giving us is capacity of up to 40 billion Kenya shillings. So trustees, think about that, right? We'll give you guardrails right now up to 40 billion Kenya shillings, okay? And that keeps improving because we are continuously raising capital, and we would welcome some of the other pension funds, you know, that would like to invest in Damana. We are highly rated, so we have a rating of a AA by GCR. I will not go into what that means, but essentially, our rating gives you confidence that there are external parties that have assessed us, and that when we say we will protect trustees, when we say we are the guardrail, somebody else is saying, yes, Damana is indeed the guardrail, okay? And that's what the rating does for us. So please, you can have confidence as trustees that we will be here for the long haul for you. All right, now let's get to the crux of it. why aren't pension funds investing in infrastructure in Kenya? You have a lot of opportunity. As of 2025, December, and this is a report from the RBA, the regulator, 52% of your assets under management is sitting in government securities, okay? 52 is in government, then you like what they call guaranteed funds, equities, immovable property, and less than 10% is going to other categories, okay? Now, that other categories can be quite misleading because 3% of that 10% is in fixed deposits. So take fixed deposits, then actually pension funds, you're not allocating to alternatives, right? It's going to be less than 6%. And the reason when we speak to some of the trustees, why do why do pension funds invest heavily in government securities? Okay, and the reasons we have them right there. The first is, pension funds always tell us, sorry, not the pension funds, but the asset managers are saying government securities are very easy to exit. Okay, so yes, that can be true, but I also counter that pension funds, you invest in the long term, for the long term. So I'm not sure whether pension funds will be looking for early exits. So what your fund managers are saying may not be the reality because you have long-term liabilities. But they say, look, Chris, we go into government securities because we can exit whenever we want to, okay? The other reason is perceived safety. So they say government bonds are very safe. I tell them, yes, government of Kenya bonds are safe, but we've also seen bonds across Africa that have not been safe. And there's nothing to say that you may not have a problem later, okay? You saw what happened in Ghana. There was a 30% haircut. So that idea that government bonds are always safe may not be the wise thing to do. Yes, they're safe, but you have to diversify. You talk of yields, attractive, and this is quite interesting. When you look at the 10-year government paper right now, who knows the yield? Christine, you know? Someone knows the yield on a government 10-year paper? Sorry? That is very accurate. 11.20, right? The yield on that paper 2 years ago, do you know what that yield was? Even more than 15. It was about 18%, all right? So, this story of the yield is attractive will catch you out. And you've had the head of state has been very clear that he expects this yield to continuously go down, right? So don't be surprised if by the end of the year it's at 6% or even 5%. So what does that mean if your strategy is heavily on government securities? You must think about diversifying. And then you talk about lack of investable assets, but that is beginning to change. You've seen assets come through. Talanta has come through. There are a couple of other projects that have come through. So infrastructure is going to be an asset class that should give you an opportunity. All right. But is there a problem if you don't invest in infrastructure, ladies and gentlemen? I think there is, okay? Before I left to join the manor, I used to work with the DFI. And the thing you'll notice about DFIs, and most of our projects are financed by DFIs, your World Bank, your AFDB, these projects take a horribly long time to close, okay? So what is the point if we try to build the expressway and it takes us 10 years? That economic benefit is lost. So actually, pension fund trustees, you are denying the country of growth, right? Because if you come into these projects, we can close these transactions much quicker than we would close them if we were relying on foreign capital, okay? So we're denying the country that. The second thing is, so if we have foreign investors coming into our country to invest, when they make money, what do they do with that money? Do they go to, what do they do with that money, right? They don't go to Nyayo House and distribute to all Kenyans. They say, you line up, we're going to give you profits. They don't do that. That money is repatriated out, right? So the profits that are made, we are again denying that recycling of capital into our economy, right? And then there is a political buffer. Obviously, you've seen what is happening And President Trump has been very, very good at demonstrating that. Okay? For as long as you are going to rely on capital from out, you will dance to their tune. Okay? If you want the US or if you want the UK to finance your particular project, you have to do what the UK says. Right? But if we have our money, then we buffer ourselves from that political, from the geopolitical headwinds. And it's important that we use our resources. The PPP unit, Christine, you talked about a balance sheet, right? You talked about the debt ceiling, right? So how are we able to structure transactions within the country that protect our balance sheet? We can do that because, you know, this 2.8 trillion is ours, and we can actually structure something that makes sense for us, okay? The others are there, but I want to pick up on the tariff stability, which is the second last point. Beginning of last year, and again, I think it was the PPP unit. I always have a couple of discussions with them. The expressway increased the toll rates, the Nairobi Expressway. Did you guys notice that? Ama, you have so much money, you don't realize. But the expressway, when I'll take it from JKIA to the Southern Bypass, was about 190 Kenya shillings. Now it's 245 Kenya shillings. And the reason it was increased, okay, is they said because our currency was depreciating against the dollar. You remember? Our currency was depreciating against the dollar, and the expressway was financed in dollars. So because it's depreciating against the dollar, repayments are in dollars, but they're collecting tolls in Kenya shillings, they have to adjust. So now it's beginning to affect all of us, because that expressway, we could have financed it in Kenya shillings, but we didn't. So now they increase, okay? And the sad bit is, now that the Kenya shilling actually began coming down, I've not seen the rates being adjusted down. So we lose on both fronts, right? So let's please always think about our own resources. All right, so how do we encourage pension funds to get into this? And I like what the National Treasury is doing. When we discuss with Treasury, they have a framework that is very systematic in deciding how projects are going to be financed. So the first question they ask is, should we finance this project public or should we finance this project private? All right? And that MDAs have to give a very good case. Once that is done, always, you know, once you decide is it public or private, and, you know, clearly with the 2.8 trillion, it has to be private, right? For all the reasons that I mentioned. Then when it's private, the question is it going to be local currency or is it going to be in US dollars? Again, that question has to be objectively answered, and trustees, you must make sure your fund managers are doing all of these things. So local currency or foreign currency. And then the other question they ask, if it's going to be local currency, are you going to the capital markets? Are we coming to pension funds, trustees? Or are we going to a bilateral funding? Are we going to get local currency from the AFDB? Once you've answered that, and then the last is, do you then structure this off the balance sheet of government or does it sit on the balance sheet of government? And in that framework with Treasury, the constant will always be the Mana Guarantee Company, because then we bring our guarantee and we take the balance sheet risk and we can help the country structure off the balance sheet. How then can the Mana help? Remember, we are the guardrails, we are the helmet, and we are the scaffolding, okay? But how do we do it? We do it through the Damana Guarantee, which is what you see on the screen. So we sit here as Damana, right? We sit right at the top as Damana. Tech team, I don't know what's happening, but here you have trustees. So trustees, you're right here, okay? And then on this side, you have those entities that need your money, okay? So the money is sitting there, your 2.8 trillion is sitting here, and here you have all these projects that need your money, the transmission lines, your expressways. And what the manner we do is we guarantee you trustees, okay? We guarantee pension fund trustees that come rain, come shine, come inflation, whatever it is, you will get your money back if you lend your money to those that need it. Hakuna stories, hakuna mashati, you will get your money back. So if pension fund trustees, you invest in infrastructure on the back of a demand guarantee, you will not lose even 1 shilling. We have the money to back that, we have the rating, and we are contractually obligated to make sure that you don't lose even 1 shilling. And that money gets paid on time, okay? So it's not a case of you will get paid at some point in the future. No. If your agreement with the transmission company was you have to be paid on the 30th of June every year for 10 years, the demand guarantee ensures that you're paid on the 30th of June every year for 10 years. So trustees, should I leave my number? I should, yeah? I'm going to do so. I'm getting to the end. So some of the advantages, or how do we enable pension fund investments in infrastructure? On the back of our guarantee, and I talked about it, so the first is the 100% guarantee. So we guarantee you on a timely basis. So timely means when you expect your money, that is when you get it. And that's important for trustees, right? If it's the 30th of June, it is the 30th of June. You will get your principal and investment. It's a 100% guarantee, okay? And then the other thing we do is, because we're providing you a 100% guarantee that has no conditions, has no, there are no stories. I said there are no stories, right? It means that our team, and part of my team is there, is we do all the assessment. When you're investing in a government bond, I think pension fund trustees, you don't assess the bond. When government issues a prospectus, I'm not sure you go and do analysis. You read the prospectus and invest. You just decide how much to invest. So leave that to us. If you want to invest in expressways, we will do all the assessment for you because our capital is at risk. If it goes belly up, we're the ones who pay. No conditions, we make a payment. So you can rely on our assessment to give you comfort. The other thing that we do to enable you to invest in infrastructure is, and the regulator is here, is because of our RAP, right? Our guarantee will then turn projects that our BA would not have allowed you to invest in. That becomes an asset class for you, okay? And these may be projects that have significant construction risk, so you can now invest in some of these infrastructure projects on the back of a demand guarantee. We also enable you to participate in extremely large transactions. We're of course discussing with government on the National Infrastructure Fund and some other transactions. And some of these transactions are big, 40, 50 billion Kenya shillings. So we are going to have the capacity to enable you to participate in some of these big transactions. The pending bills, and the pending bills is coming, which is something we would want to see a lot of participation from trustees. Nairobi, Nakuru is coming. All of that, we have capacity to enable you to decide the fate of our financing in this country. And lastly, we also provide you with technical assistance. So, if we have to train trustees, we do all of that so that when you make a decision, you're making an informed decision. This is just to recap on the previous slide, so I will not spend a lot of time. But again, the three parties that benefit. Maybe the first one is the trustees. You're the most important people in the room. So, trustees, projects are there. We enable you to come into these projects because of our timely guarantee, our credit analysis, everything that I said in the last slide. But on this side, we also enable government, right? We support government, National Treasury. We talked about off-balance sheet and getting in pension funds to come and invest, and that helps to link our GDP to local savings, okay? All right, you may ask, what projects are there, and I know Christine from the unit had talked about it, but a couple of projects that, we're looking at, which we think might be of interest to pension funds. You have existing toll roads. I think our existing toll road is the Nairobi Expressway, right? There is an opportunity to potentially refinance that transaction and bring in local currency. That is something that has no construction risk. You have a history of traffic, so you could potentially, as pension funds, go into that. You could also recycle capital on the existing bypasses. Now, this may not be popular, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. But the third one is on your pending bills and expressways, right? So pending bills, you all know what has happened with the pending bills, the securitization of pending bills. Banks have provided loans for that, and those loans have to be refinanced through the capital markets. So they're going to come to pension funds. And when they do, remember the guardrail, remember the helmet. Please do call us, and we will support you. Transmission lines, again, all of this. Look, you've all seen that. The second last one is important. JKIA. JKIA expansion is actually something that the head of state has committed to. Okay, so again, it's going to be you pension funds, and again, always remember that you're going to need the helmet, and that helmet is going to be from the Damana Guarantee Company. Tech team, I think this should be the last slide. And ladies and gentlemen, this slide is just to recap what our guarantee does, right? So our guarantee is capital backed. We don't just say we have money, it's actually backed by capital that has been deposited from all the shareholders. Once our guarantee is issued, it cannot be revoked. So if you get into an investment for 10 years, for 15 years, for 20 years, on the back of a Damana guarantee, it can never be revoked, okay? Our guarantee payout is triggered instantly and without conditions. So instant, there's no waiting period, there are no conditions, so that makes our guarantee as good as cash, okay? So pension fund trustees, thank you very much for your time, and we will leave our contacts. We do have a booth. My team is seated right there. Guys, wave. They're a very hardworking team. If you do need to speak with us, you can reach out to me, reach out to the team. But importantly, remember, if there's anything you need out of this, is think about the guardrail, think about the scaffolding, think about the helmet, right? That is what we will do to enable you become a smart investor. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Let's give a better round of applause to Mr. Olobo. Remember the guardrail, remember the helmet, and remember the scaffolding. I think for me that's my take home. Remember the helmet, remember the scaffolding. Thank you very much. We were discussing on the infrastructure for pension trustees, how credit guarantees turn projects into safe investable assets. Thank you very much, Bwana Olobo. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. All right. I think there's a gentleman or two who have a bit of questions. I think it's a question, sir? All right.
I'm Ernest Nadome from Kenya Power Pension Fund. Although the presentation was excellent, now I don't know whether it was by design or rather it's a free service that you provide. You didn't tell us what is the cost of all this, number one. Number two, do you have any case study or incidences where you've come in to rescue?
Thank you. So the first question is, do we charge a cost? Are we the Red Cross? We are not the Red Cross, because if we didn't make money, I'm sure Daktari would not be smiling. We need to give a return. But ultimately, right, when you think of a guarantee company like Damana, what are we doing? We are going to enhance the profile of a borrower, right? So somebody who wants money from you pension funds, we enhance their profile, and in essence, if you think about it, so, if you look at this coat of mine, I made it in Nairobi, it's quite nice, yeah? We then take my coat, and I lend my coat to the borrower. So when the borrower puts on my coat, they look like me, and then you can trust them. So the person who pays us money is not you who is giving the money, but actually the borrower that we have made look pretty. Yeah? So don't worry, pension fund trustees, it is not a cost you bear, it's the cost that the other person bears. And ultimately, that cost is not actually that much, because when we give them our rating, when we lend them our rating, then you look at them as a government security, because our guarantee is unconditional, it's irrevocable, and we are as highly rated almost as government. So they are getting money at a cheaper cost. Even with the addition of our guarantee, they'll never get that cheaper rate from the banks. So rest assured, we are not the Red Cross, but we are doing a good job. You can invest in the money. In fact, let me give you my card, because Daktari has already invested, and we need more. So Kenya Power, right? Is that Kenya Power? They are powerful. You can invest in us. And then the second question was whether we have come to rescue. So was the question, have we come to rescue someone in distress, or have we provided support to someone so they never get to distress? We have guaranteed, and 2 months ago we issued our first guarantee, which was to support a Safaricom transaction, which is to solarize a couple of Safaricom stations in Western Kenya. That transaction is 2.5 billion, and I can assure you the beneficiaries of our guarantee are not worried. They are just having a good time. Is that okay, Kenya Power? Asante. Something else?
Thank you. Thank you. There's a gentleman over there, Bwana Nyakundi.
I'm asking from a lay perspective on these subjects. From your perspective as the manner, you have guaranteed me who has lent money to whichever project. What happens if the project fails on your part? You have already guaranteed and paid me. How do you make your money if the project fails to make the money you had anticipated? Will that be some risk to even the lender from a distance, not directly?
So the quick answer to the lender is no. That will never be a risk to the lender. Actually, when a default happens, because our guarantee is triggered instantly, so you, the lender, should ideally not notice that a default has happened, all right? Because our teams, our monitoring teams, when we issue a guarantee, we don't sit back. We let you sit back as the pension fund, the lenders, you sit back, but we don't sit back, all right? We will constantly work with the borrower to make sure that their business is running well and that they are going to make the scheduled repayment. Now, if we notice that a repayment is coming up, let's say on the 30th of June, we will know 2-3 months before that this borrower is not going to make this payment. So we take our money, remember we have billions, we take part of that money and we'll put it in the payment account. So on the 30th of June, your money will be there. So you will never know that we have a problem behind. Now, when we then pay the pension fund trustees, so that you don't lose any shilling, right? What do? Again, we are not the Red Cross, yeah? I wish we could be, but we are not. So, we then recourse to the borrower. Remember, it's the borrower's obligation to pay you, not the manor. So now that we've paid you, it does not absolve the borrower of their obligation to make the payment. The only difference now is the borrower is paying us and not you. So we will go for the borrower. And if we cannot recover, then the loss is ours. The loss is ours. The loss is absolutely ours. But the difference with Damana, we are a monoline guarantee company. So every transaction is individually assessed. It's a very tough one. By the time we give a guarantee, we're absolutely certain that a default will not happen.
All right, I think we can take one more question before we proceed. In the interest of time, we can just have the gentleman over there, and then, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Olo, my name is Mr. Malaki. I'm a fund manager by profession. First, I want to dispute this, the fact that, or the hearsay that fund managers do not support infra. They do. My only question to you is, do you provide a liquidity guarantee? Because, and Mashira is here, and the doctor is here. A liquidity guarantee provides that you are in a 15-year investment. But these trustees will tell you, there's midterm access. People access their money daily when they leave. So, does the manner in a way try also to provide a liquidity guarantee? And then how do you call it up and how do you enforce it? Because if Farm X liquidates tomorrow or next month, they need their money to pay out the members who are leaving. But that payment should work to those who are remaining and those who are leaving. So I don't know what are your thoughts around a liquidity guarantee where money is locked for long term by the issuer or by the project promoter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we've thought about that, right? Because one of the transactions we were underwriting, and fund managers, it was you fund managers, who came to us and said, okay, you know, we're going to have a 200 basis point pricing uplift on this to cater for illiquidity of a potential transaction backed by Damana, all right? So what we then realized we have to do, and we're talking to our partners, some of the donors supporting us, is we would like to create a liquidity fund, okay? So if you invest in a corporate bond backed by Damana, and in year 2 you want to exit for whatever reason, this liquidity facility should be able to buy you out. You lose, of course, it will be at a discount, right? But that option is going to be there, yeah. Bana MC.
Thank you. I think let's appreciate Bana Olegi for taking that as very, very well. I think the questions are still there. They're coming thick and fast. And in the interest of time, we're going to move on to the next speaker of the day. Like he said, there's a wonderful team from Damana seated over there. Please make sure you visit their stand as well. The exhibition tent that is right outside here. Make sure you visit, get to know what you didn't get to understand at this particular forum, at this space. At this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, we will not waste much time. We will move to the next speaker of the day, who's going to be discussing about the consolidation of pension schemes and its impact on efficiency, sustainability, and member benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly put your hands together as we welcome the Managing Director, Ruparela Consultants Limited, Mr. Deshan Ruparela, FIA. Thank you very much. A better round of applause as he comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I can just have my slides on there. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, President of Aptak, Secretary General, Chairman of RBA, and I think the CEO of RBA was here earlier. To the council members of Aptak, congratulations on this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are having, or you're learning quite a lot on day one. I know it's a long day. Things are slightly delayed, but I think there's a lot of good content here. And the general theme, as you will have seen, is how can we do things differently? We're getting to the stage where we're almost touching 3 trillion Kenya shillings of pension assets. One of the morning presentations mentioned how quickly we're going to get to 5 trillion. The question then arises, can we become more efficient as an industry? Can we try to even strengthen governance even more? Because we're talking about significant amounts of assets now. But at the end of the day, how can we do it the best by the most important group in the pension industry, our members? Because if the members are not there or they're not happy, none of us are here today. So we have to do the best that we can for our members. My name is Darshan Ruparela. Many of you will know me. I'm an actuary. This is not going to be a technical presentation, so let the word actuary not scare you. This is more a strategic presentation. And it's a couple of ideas that I want to bounce. I think this might become a brainstorming session. I want to get the thoughts of trustees on whether this kind of direction is something that is worth looking at, will it improve us as an industry, and can we take it forward? I'll skip over the first few slides. I think everyone knows us. But where are we at the moment as an industry? And you've kept hearing this AUM all day today. 2.8 trillion as of December 2025. We've probably hit 3 trillion by now, let's be honest. We're 4 months in this year. We are probably at 3 trillion, maybe a bit more. We have about 1,000 registered pension schemes. And that's a big number. It may not look big. It may feel that we're still a small industry, we're growing. But actually for a regulator to try to regulate 1,000 schemes, it's not an easy task. They're doing a wonderful job, we all know that, but I think we need to become more efficient. Of those 1,000 schemes, as I will show you, majority of these schemes are small. So we have fragmentation in the industry. And that's not a good sign because that is a sign of inefficiency. We need to pull together to see how we can become efficient. One way of pulling together is what I want to cover today, is the concept of consolidation. Can we as an industry, rather than have 1,000 schemes, can we consolidate into, 20 schemes, 30 schemes? There's no right or wrong answer here. We need to, as an industry and with the regulator, discuss what is a sweet spot. What is the AUM or the minimum AUM that would make us or each consolidated scheme more efficient in terms of governance, in terms of the service we give our members, in terms of trying to minimize expenses, in terms of maximizing investment returns. But these are the kind of the levers that we need to talk about and consider. This is a breakdown of where we were at December 2024, so 951 schemes. Two-thirds of those pension schemes have assets that are less than 500 million. So you have 600, 700 pension schemes out of 900 that have less than 500 million shillings, and as a total assets, it's only making up 5 to 10% of our entire AUM. Does that feel efficient, or is there something that we need to do about it? You look at schemes which are more than 50B, we only had 5 in 2024. There might be a few more today. We are now 1.5 years down the line. But those 5 pension schemes held 30% of assets. If you look at schemes that had more than 10 billion, we're talking about 2/3 in terms of assets under management. Now, from my position when I've been kind of talking to pension schemes and trustees, we normally call schemes of less than 500 million as small schemes. I think I would define something between 500 million to 4 or 5 billion as a medium-sized scheme. Anything above 5B, I would say, is a large scheme. But that is a separate definition. I'm not saying we consolidate to 5B. I think that's still quite small. We need to be looking at consolidating to 30B, 40B, 50B, maybe even more. In our clients, I see where we talk to schemes that have a few billion shillings of assets, and you talk to schemes that have maybe 20, 30 billion shillings of assets. The way those schemes operate are completely different. Their setup is different. Those large schemes which have more than 20, 30B will quite traditionally have an independent trustee or professional trustee. They will have independent investment consultants. They will have more than one asset manager. They will have 2 or 3 asset managers. Some of them have specialist mandates. Their expense ratios are much lower. And we see that difference between a scheme that is 5B in assets and a scheme that is 20 or 30B in assets. So we need to piggyback off those efficiencies that we can see in the market to see whether we can apply those efficiencies to the entire industry. This point was mentioned by Chris earlier. Our current portfolios are not very efficient. 50% government bonds, 20-30% guaranteed funds, There's a bit of money in property, but a lot of these investments in property are legacy issues to do with defined benefit schemes. I think we all know that. I think there's very little investment that goes into new properties. Quoted equities, 9% as at 2024. I think 2025, we've probably seen that 9 go up to maybe about 15%. And equity markets did well last year. But there's very little money up here, what we would call a lot of it alternative investments, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's private equity or venture capital, there's very little money. If you actually then take this and break it down one step more, and you compare the average asset allocation of pension schemes that have assets of about 1B, and you compare it to larger schemes of 20B, yes, we have that common problem, government bonds. Some of the large schemes are still heavy and highly concentrated in government bonds. But you see that those larger schemes then also have a bigger allocation of quoted equities, property, alternative investments, and offshore. This distribution is better than this distribution, number one. Number two, this distribution is still not efficient. I think we are still at risk of too much holdings in government bonds. We need to diversify. We need to look at alternative investments. We need to look at infrastructure. We need to look at private equity and so on. And then I come to expenses. Let's ignore this column here, because I think some of the expenses here are a bit higher, because it comes from guaranteed funds, where their total expense ratios are normally higher. But when you now talk about the large scheme we had in the previous slide of 20B, and you now go even bigger and look at schemes that have assets of more than 50B, if you look at the last row, you see that the mega funds are saving 20 to 30 basis points in expenses, 20 to 30 basis points of their assets under management, which is 0.2 or 0.3% on average every year, compared to schemes that are 20B. That 0.2 or 0.3% may sound like a small amount of money, but if you have a member that has a career of 30 years, and every year their expenses are lower by 0.2 or 0.3%, by the time they get to retirement, those savings that have been made from saving on expenses will increase their savings, their retirement savings, by 10 to 15%. So when they retire, their pot of money will be 10 to 15% more, just because of efficiencies. So what are the benefits of consolidation? I think we now know what I mean by consolidating, so let's get the smaller schemes. And again, there's no right or wrong answer here in terms of what we now call a small scheme. And let's try to accumulate it such that in the market today, we have a handful of super funds. And I'll explain more what I mean by that, and I'll give you some examples of other countries. The biggest advantage is economies of scale. I've shown you, and this is all evidence-based, bigger schemes can actually negotiate on their fees. They can push down the fees of asset managers, they can push down the fees of actuaries, unfortunately, of auditors, of custodians. There will be a lot of efficiency. They will also be able to get into investment opportunities that small schemes cannot. And when you talk about infrastructure, and we've heard a lot about that this morning, it does require a certain amount of money for a scheme to be able to get into infrastructure. And maybe the question that was asked, the last question on liquidity, the question on liquidity doesn't come up, because once you get to a super fund, and you put a certain percentage of your money in infrastructure, you know you have enough in the scheme to pay benefits as and when they are due. You are not entirely reliant on the returns from the infrastructure investments. Why you are investing in infrastructure? Is more to do with diversification and spreading your portfolio risk. Improved governance. Imagine 1,000 schemes individually trying to report back to the regulator, and compare that now to only 30 or 40 large super funds reporting back to the regulator. You can imagine the amount of time that we will save as an industry, time that can be put to good use, to other use. So it also improves our efficiency when we're reporting back to the RBA. And it simplifies things as well. We have NSSF Tier 2. How many trustees here have had major issues trying to get a reference scheme test, trying to contract out of NSSF Tier 2? As a small scheme, I think the amount of time you spend on it, the cost, the expertise, you will struggle. But when you go to a large fund, it becomes much more smoother, it becomes easier. We talk about the South African two-pot system. A lot of schemes in South Africa, which I will show you later, could not cope dealing with the new two-pot system. They had to eventually just merge and consolidate and make life easy for them. Other benefits very quickly, portability. You know, if you are in a large super fund, like an umbrella scheme in Kenya, your member changes employment, those transfer of benefits become very easy if you're within the same super fund or umbrella scheme. So actually portability will improve. And then systemic stability. As I mentioned, it's easier for colleagues at RBA to regulate 40, 50 super funds as opposed to trying to regulate 1,000 pension schemes. Even though they have introduced risk-based provision, in spite of that, I think that it would be more efficient for the RBA to focus efforts on 50 schemes as opposed to, say, 1,000 schemes. I talk about the benefits of consolidation, but I'm not saying that there are no minuses. Let's talk about the negatives. Number one, loss of customization. When you join an umbrella scheme, you almost have tailor-made designs, benefit designs, contributions, the way it is governed. While if you have your own scheme, it can be a bit more tailor-made. Is that really a big problem in today's day where we are entirely 99% as a defined contribution industry? I'm not so sure. I think if we had a lot more defined benefit schemes where benefit designs can be a lot different, your accrual rates can be different, your final pensionable salary can be different, that could be a problem. But we are in the defined contribution world. At most, what is different? Our contribution rates. Those different contribution rates can be catered for in super funds. Each employer can choose what are the contribution rates they want to pay, and members can choose what they want to pay. Lack of control, and again, maybe this is the biggest thing trustees, members, or employers may get nervous about. If you are a member of an umbrella scheme that has another 1,000 employers, naturally you're going to feel you have very little say in the way that that scheme is run. Well, which is partly true. There's no denying that. But you're still in a position to choose which super fund or umbrella scheme you want to be part of. And once you choose and you're not very happy with the way that scheme is operating, or you're not getting the service that you deserve, you can easily take your benefits to another super fund. So again, that risk can be managed. Data integrity, if you talk about consolidation, we need to be careful that when you are consolidating, whether it's between your own schemes or you're joining an umbrella scheme or a super fund, your member records are up to date, complete, because if they're not complete and you have a mismatch between member balances that are showing on your books and the assets that you're holding that support those balances, if there is a mismatch, then that's going to cause trouble. So there will need to be a certain amount of audits that will need to take place to make sure that those member balances are first correct, and secondly, they are backed by assets. And in terms of being backed by assets, the biggest issue again comes if you're holding something like land, which is a very subjective valuation. If you are transferring to an umbrella scheme as a pension scheme and as trustees, both you and the receiving scheme, the umbrella scheme, will need to agree on the valuation of that land. So again, there needs to be some kind of guidance here in terms of how we should deal with it. And then another key risk of consolidation, again, it may play on your minds. If we take away 1,000 pension schemes in Kenya and only have 50 or 100, again, there's no right or wrong answer. It depends where the sweet spot is. Are we giving too much power to too few people? Again, you could argue that is the case, but we need to ensure that the governance of those super funds are where we want that to be, either through the RBA, and I'll talk about what the RBA can do in terms of governance in the next slide, but even the way we design those super funds to make sure that everything is very transparent, properly governed, and you have some independent advisors, professional trustees who are part of the team that are running those funds. So how can the RBA help? I mean, this exercise has to be driven by the RBA. But the RBA may not look at it unless there is some interest from the industry, and we all agree that this is a good way forward in terms of trying to be efficient. And if it is agreed that this is one of the ways or the way that we can become efficient as an industry, then certain things need to happen at the RBA in terms of their regulations. One, they would need to have a framework for mergers to try to be clear. As I mentioned, there could be some issues when you're transferring assets. There may need to be some guidance around member communications. So I think there would need to be something in the RBA Act that talks about mergers, acquisitions, and how things should work. The second one is interesting, and this happens in Australia. Should the RBA have power to mandate consolidation? If they see a scheme that is performing well, and in Australia, I'll touch upon this later, what the regulator does, it monitors schemes. So if it's not satisfied that the expenses are under control, if it is not satisfied that the investment performance is where it should be, it actually mandates a pension scheme to consolidate or merge. Do we have those same powers in Kenya, and is that a good idea? Again, if it is, this comes through the Act, the RBA Act. Try to standardize governance. If we're going to have a few super funds, we need to make sure that we are comfortable in the way that it is governed. Now, what would make us comfortable? Maybe the introduction of mandatory independent trustees or professional trustees being part of the board of the super funds. Maybe mandating independent advisors to also sit or help the board of trustees of the super funds, especially on the investment side, because investment is what will drive your member returns or member benefits. So those kind of things around governance and reporting may need to be re-looked at in the RBA Act. And the same thing in terms of regulatory oversight. We talk about mandatory consolidation. Could we have something in the RBA Act that says, unless you have assets of a certain amount of money, 40B, 50B, if you are not at 40 or 50 billion shillings, then you need to join an umbrella fund or a super fund. Can we have that in the RBA Act? And finally, investment. If you're now sitting on 50 billion shillings, 100 billion shillings, and each super fund has that amount of money, clearly we need to relook at Table G, because Table G was probably not set up for those amounts of money. It could still work. I'm not saying Table G is wrong, but I think it would mean we would just need to revisit that, whether that Table G and the limits that we have still apply. One thing that comes to mind, a scheme that has 50B or 100 billion shillings, Do we still cap government bonds in Table G at 90%? Do we still cap guarantee funds at 100%? No, I'm sure not, because then we have a serious risk of poor governance and over-concentration of assets. But we have to become efficient, and we see this globally, that if you are a big scheme, you operate in a different way. As I mentioned, you get better service from your service providers, whether it's your asset managers, whether it's the actuaries. A lot of these large super funds have independent investment consultants, and we are part of those schemes. What do we do for those schemes? We attend board meetings every quarter, and we try to simplify to the trustees the performance of their asset managers. The trustees need to understand what is driving investment performance. Is it because asset managers are investing in asset classes that are different to the strategic allocation in the IPS that is driving the good performance? Or is it the skill of selecting individual securities in NSE that is driving performance? And more than performance, what is a realized gain? Because it's only the realized gain that can be passed on to the members. There's no point showing equity markets are 30%, so we've had a good year, and then next year equity markets drop and that money is lost. There needs to be a certain amount of analytics and active trading in the capital markets to make sure that when we realize those gains and it's a good time to liquidate and sell, then that is done and passed on to members. Of course, there has to be a plan for reinvestment, but this is where the independent investment consultants come in. They work with the trustee boards, they work with the asset managers. We also see technology and automation, and we only see that with large super funds, where they literally automate the whole process, and the experience your members get from that is completely different. You know, you could have things like member portals. Members can go log in any time of the day onto a system and they know what their savings are. They know where they have invested. And some portals internationally also allow members to choose where they want to invest in terms of asset classes. That technology advancement, that level of automation is only possible in large or big schemes. Otherwise, it becomes just too expensive to do it in a small scheme. And finally, just efficiency from a regulation point. And that efficiency that we look at is actually what drives sustainability. And we will get a better result of sustainability if we are efficient in the short term, which makes long term more sustainable. And what do I mean by that? You can then be in a position where if there are any macroeconomic shocks, and we see that at the moment, I think we spoke about the fuel prices going up, we see the global wars and conflicts. All of that affects member savings because it affects the capital markets. But if we are part of a larger scheme, there's a better way of buffering and cushioning against those shocks compared to a small scheme. So one thing that we see that happens in large pension schemes is asset liability modeling. Yes, the RBA Act at the moment does say the investment regulations that when you set your IPS, you need to do asset liability matching. Very few schemes actually do that practically. You know, most of it is very qualitative, it's at a very high level, but there needs to be a lot of number crunching and analytics. Are we setting an investment strategy that is designed to meet liquidity and cash flows as per your future obligations, whether that is in 1 year, in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years? Are we investing in a way that we will actually meet those payments? And then are we investing in a way that we are either maximizing return or minimizing risk? And we talk about risk and return, but of course the final thing is impact. Are we investing in a way that has a positive impact on society, on our economy, on our infrastructure, on social factors. That all has to come into play. And we see that actually happening in the very large schemes. They're thinking about this now. Absorbing legislative shocks, I think NSSF Tier 2 is a good example. I don't need to expand on that further. But of course, as a large scheme, it's easier to very quickly contract out and get your paperwork in place to contract out of Tier 2 as opposed to a smaller scheme. And then more importantly, in a large scheme, if there are market downturns, they don't have to sell their assets at low market prices. They will have so much money, so much liquidity coming in. They can use that money to pay benefits, which is unlike a small scheme where you may get into a position where you have to just liquidate and you should be willing to accept a loss to your investments because you have to pay benefits. So when I was preparing the slides and I was thinking about the two ways we can go, one is we continue as we are, and we're quite fragmented, but as a small scheme, we continue the way we are as a small scheme. Or we go the route of merging or joining an umbrella scheme. And it reminded me of the gym. There's two ways you can exercise, right? I do treadmill. You can either do it at home, and I do it at home. And the problem of doing it at home is the lack of discipline. It's very easy to just say, I'm not going to do it today, or I'm too busy, I want to go out, I'm working late. And the equipment that you have at home will also not be the greatest equipment. It will be very basic and your options are limited. You can relate that to a small scheme where you may not have those independent investment advisors, you may not have independent professional trustees, and because your asset size is small, you may not be able to properly diversify your portfolio. The alternative to a home gym is you join a proper gym. And yes, it may be costly, but I'm not saying the super funds will be more costly, but they will be, as members and trustees and employees, you may feel that you're not in control of it. But you have access to Olympic grade equipment. You have access to professional trainers. And you have a whole community that keeps your gym sustainable. And it's those kind of balance that you need to think about. Do you do home gym or do you go and join a proper gym? What will benefit you in terms of your health and your exercise? And it enables you to negotiate in mass. And this is some of the obvious things that I'm going to talk about in this slide. Clearly, if you have a large scheme or consolidated scheme that has 100,000 members, for example, and you walk into an insurance company and you ask them for their annuity rates, you are going to get a better outcome than walking into an insurance company where you have 100 members or 1,000 members. Even when we come to PRMF, if you have a scheme of 100,000 members, you can actually try to design solutions in-house. And if you don't want to look for solutions in-house, again, going to an insurance company and getting an inpatient cover or outpatient cover for your members, that negotiation will be different. The premiums that you will get will definitely be lower. So there are efficiencies there as well, negotiating in mass. So just finally, where can we look to? I normally say it's always worth looking outside of Kenya, outside of the continent, but you have to be careful because not everything that is happening internationally will always work in Kenya. So we need to tailor our solutions to the needs of Kenyans. But it's still worth looking at what's happening elsewhere because we can learn and we can then try to see what will work here. So looking at countries like Australia and the UK, they have adopted this concept of mega funds or master trusts, what they call in UK. More closer to home, if you look at Nigeria and South Africa, They have also done some legislative reforms to reduce fragmentation. South Africa especially, you'll be shocked at the number of pension schemes they have today compared to 20 years ago. And I'll show you that. So let's start with Australia. I think they have been, from a regulator point, I think they have been really tough and really strict. And they've introduced something called Your Future, Your Super tests. And they really regulate the pension schemes that if they are not confident as a regulator that this pension scheme is working efficiently, whether that's in terms of expense ratios, whether it's in terms of investment performance, they actually force them to merge with larger pension schemes. What has happened in the last 5 years, the number of schemes have gone from 80 to 40, and they have some huge funds, like a scheme that is worth over $200 billion. What have they done with that? It allows them to diversify their portfolio, look at other investment opportunities, and they have gone for global infrastructure. All along we have been saying, and we saw this morning, that Canada are the market leaders when it comes to infrastructure investments, because they invest a lot of money in Canada, infrastructure, but also globally. I think Australia will now start catching up because their market is now changing. The UK, two things have happened. The first thing was what called auto-enrollment, which is whenever you join an employer, you automatically are joined into their pension scheme. And if you then don't want to be part of that pension scheme, you opt out. And they actually saw that by automatically getting those members to join pension schemes, and those members having to opt out, very few members actually opted out, compared to employees joining a new employer and then giving them forms to fill in so that they have to opt in. So they saw the result of automatic enrollment to be quite a success in the UK. What did that mean? There were a creation of many, many master trusts, because you had a lot of small employers where it was very inefficient for them to set up their own schemes. So they started joining these new master trusts. And those master trusts are like our umbrella schemes. What is the key thing in the master trust? It's the governance. All of them requires independent professional trustees to be part of the board. Assets under management have gone up because of auto-enrollment. Where has that money ended up? In UK-based innovation and green energy. They're using that to build the economy. They're using that to build their country. Nigeria, closer now, on the continent. We know that there are only a handful of pension fund administrators, PFAs, in Nigeria, because the capital requirement set by the regulator is quite high. What has that resulted in? Few PFAs with a lot of money. That has led to automation. And they've almost automated benefit payments. And there used to be a lot of issues around pensioner ghosts, people getting paid who are not there. But through technology, through automation, through digitalization, they've managed to solve that problem, or most of the problem. And finally, South Africa, with the recent two-pot system, it became very difficult for small schemes to comply with that two-pot system. It was very expensive, very timely, it took a lot of time, and they probably didn't have the expertise. So schemes started either merging or joining umbrella schemes. Today, South Africa has 1,500 schemes. In the 1990s, they had 13,000 schemes. They've gone from 13,000 to 1,500. And they're probably in a more efficient position right now. What have they done with those large pension schemes that they now have? Impact investing. They're investing in their social housing projects and renewable energy. So coming back to that same theme that that Damana were covering and Dr. Kili, let's use the money to build our own country, to do things differently for the benefit of our population, of our future kids. Australia's experience shows that just leaving it voluntarily doesn't work. The regulator had to really come in and force some inefficient pension schemes to consolidate and merge. So we call it a stick and the carrot approach, right? Australia uses a stick, the regulator, so that if you are inefficient as a scheme, you have to merge. UK has been using a carrot. It's been trying to encourage, but trying to encourage through good governance, through professional trustees. But all the 4 countries, in terms of whatever they have achieved in terms of technology and automation in the pensions industry, would not have been possible without consolidation. Having a few large schemes means you have a lot of opportunity and talent to try to automate and automate systems and try to give the best experience to your members. And all those 4 countries, again, have gone from being very passive investors in government bonds, which is where we are today, to being active owners of their own infrastructure, whether those are roads, airports, power plants. And in the UK and Australia, they've actually seen that member savings have gone up by 15 to 20%. I believe that number because remember at the very beginning of the presentation, I mentioned that the large super funds in Kenya save at least 20 to 30 basis points in expenses every year. So if you have a 30-year career, you're already talking about 10%. You add interest and you come to 15 to 20%. So it's consistent, the numbers work. This is my final slide. So the question is, through consolidation, can we change the regime? And I don't mean the regime in Iran or in the US or in Israel. I mean the pensions regime in Kenya. And what do I mean by regime? Consolidation makes regulatory compliance easier. It can lead to lower expenses, which is a E. Stronger governance. Diversified investment portfolio. Improved member experience, mainly through automation and technology. And all of this, hopefully, will lead to enhanced participation. Having more members, informal sector, hopefully, opening up to our pension industry, but even for the current members, hopefully that this will enhance benefits. I think that is it for me for now. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give a better round of applause to that wonderful presentation, ladies and gentlemen, by Mr. Riparelia. In the interest of time, I can only take one question. One question, please. If there's a burning question, please, I can take only one. We have a gentleman over there. It will be that one, and then we move on to the next item on the agenda, please.
Thank you, Rupa. My actual question, I'm actually a proponent of consolidation. My only question is one, whether it removes inefficiencies in the same cost structure as well as pricing. I'll give you an example. In 2 East African markets I've worked in. So 2 large pension funds control the entire market. And the government can have the audacity of going to issue a security directly to them and not open up to the market. So there's no competition. So in terms of price discovery, control of market structures, market inefficiencies, they're not there. That debate was in the banking sector. Remember when the capitalization requirements were increased for banks? So we say we have got 54 banks. We just need to have 20 banks. What are the inefficiencies that come with that, which are not direct to see, but may affect, the future of the sector? Look at insurance, for example. We've got how many insurance companies? 64 insurance companies in Kenya. They can't underwrite huge policies because there are many. But if you consolidate and you've got 10 large insurance companies, they can underwrite large projects. But at what pricing? Can they control? That's just my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. And then you have a valid point here, where it's the point I made. Are you giving too much power to too few people? But the countries that you mentioned, and I think the 2 big schemes that they have are run by government. Here, what we are trying to do, or what I'm trying to propose, is consolidation still run mainly by the private sector, regulated by the RBA, but having proper governance structures in place. So it's not the government really controlling all the consolidated schemes in Kenya, it's still private. And hopefully because of that, that will drive efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. Ripper, for that wonderful presentation. All right. In the interest of time, I will move swiftly. I know it's been a long afternoon. Na Wakenya wameshiba, nitaomba tuweze kusimama. Tafadhali, before we invite the last speaker of the day, kindly, let us please stand up. I can see some people are sleeping off. We need to get back our batteries on. All right, Kwame, I will need you here, please, Kwame. So you can hold the microphone for me so we can just get into a small activity to get our energy right. Come hold it for me. All right, are we ready? Yes. Now, I'll put my palms open like this, all right? Don't put yours, mine. All right? Yes, no, mine, just watch. When I cross them, you clap, all right? We can try? All right, let's get ready, delegates. All right, all right. Are we ready? When I cross them, you clap. Why are you clapping? All right. When they cross, are we ready? 3, 2, 1. They crossed. They crossed. Anytime they cross, all right? Okay, let's go. In 3, 2, 1. Watch them. In 3, 2, 1. All right. In 3, 2, 1. Are you okay, Mr. Mwangangi? Just doing this, everything is doing like this. All right. Let's go. Are you ready? All right. Now, get a partner. 2-2. I need you 2-2. 2-2 each. 2-2 each. Give me some music just to hype this up, please. All right. Just give me some music, all right? Now, one person, you open your palm like this, and then the other person will place an index finger on it like this. And then the opposite, all right? All right, let's go. Are we ready? We'll dance at the gala. Open your, like this. Okay? Face each other. Yes, so one index finger on an open palm and the open palm, you interchange. Like the way they're doing. Can you place your index finger? Yes. No, not two. One index like this. Alright? So you're placing your index, the open palm, and you're placing it. Alright, they've got it. Alright. They've got it. Yes, they've got it. Alright, they've got it. Now, the whole idea, when I say go, make sure you try to catch the finger and the other one is open. Are you ready? Alright. 3. No! Wait, okay. Let's go back to the position. Place your open. Make sure the index finger is touching. Make sure the index finger is touching the open palm. Okay? Make sure the index finger is touching the open palm. In 3, 2, go! Again, let's try again. Let's go back. Make sure you try to get the index finger, alright? 3, 2, 1, go! Alright, let's have our seats. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have our energies back. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome our last speaker of the day, and indeed I want to apologize for our time, which was really flipped over. It wasn't, but we have really wonderful discussions that we've had here today, ladies and gentlemen. At this moment in time, I want to welcome our last speaker of the day, who will then after finishing, we'll enter into the panel discussion where we'll discuss about climate risk, ESG, and sustainable pension investing, which will be moderated by Bwana Suspita Thiga. I believe you and the team are also just ready for that in a few. At this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together and let me help me welcome Bwana Richard Okello, the CEO of Sango Capital, to talk about history and opportunity in African private investment. Wapi makofi yake anapokuja? I think niliyafundisha makofi. Sugua. Soft copy? No. Sugua, soft copy? No. Sugua, soft copy? Soft copy? Hard copy? Thank you very much. You can take it away.
Thank you.
All right.
I think I would actually like to start by asking us to give this gentleman a proper round of applause. I've never seen a group this active at 4 p.m. It's all because of his doing. So I'm going to try to keep this short in the interest of time. My name is Richard Okello. I think my job is to try to bring a number of things that people have talked about today together. I want to start with regime change. The last speaker talked about regime change. He was very clear that he wasn't talking about regime change in Iran, in the US. But I think a lot of people today have talked about a regime change that needs to happen in the pension system, where pension funds go from having most of their money in one asset to having a more diversified portfolio. Where pension funds go from doing very little in things like infrastructure that develops the country to doing much more in infrastructure and not being worried about liquidity. So I want to try to talk, to bring that theme and try to land it as we go through. A quick note on who we are, what we do. Sango Capital is, I would describe it as my third venture in life, third business venture. My first venture was with a small company called Bridgewater Associates. It was a financial services business about 35 years ago. It grew very, very quickly, and I saw what it looks like to be bold. When I joined that business, they managed about $1 billion. And $1 billion in the US for a business like that was very small. 10 years after I joined that business, we managed 100 billion, and we had affected how the industry behaved, how pension funds allocated assets. That difference was a function of being bold, being willing to go where others might be behind us, not at the same pace as we are. Okay? My second venture was a similar type of business that I joined, was one of our clients who wanted to go out and help small pension funds, actually what we were talking about earlier, be able to compete with big pension funds. So this small team went out and they got lots of small pension funds, lots of small endowments, small foundations. They pulled the capital together, and when they went out, people said to them, this cannot be done in the US. You're too small, you're starting from zero. They raised about $25 billion. Today, they are one of the top 10 large groups like that. That was about being bold, okay? This is my third venture. When I set up this business, my previous employer said to me, you want to do what? You want to take American money, commercial money, and invest it in Africa. For people who have never been there, who read stories in the New York Times that are generally negative, and you want to make a living, you want to take your kids there. At that point, my kids were 2 and 3, and they thought this was completely crazy. They told me it could not be done, okay? So as we sit here today, we've invested or directed a little bit of $1 billion into Africa. And we are just getting started. I can tell you that that number by the end of this year will probably be $1.5 billion or $2 billion, okay? We've done this without having to raise capital from development finance institutions. We have said to people who want to make money, come to Africa not to help us, not to give us a hand. Come here because I'll tell you what, people are making money here. come and make money, and in so doing, help us develop, okay? So that's a summary of who we are. A lot of the things we do are the things that all the speakers before me were saying to you, you must do. The one thing we don't do, which everyone talked about today, is hard infrastructure. We don't invest in roads or bridges, but we invest in power, the infrastructure side, and we do a lot of soft infrastructure. So our business is a private investment business. The difference, though, is we invest directly into companies, but we also invest into funds. We come and find funds that are local, that understand the market well, that are not raising the capital they need. We partner with them, we invest with them, we bring skill sets to them, we bring other funds around them who have done similar things elsewhere so that they can develop. That is our business. All of our money comes from institutions like those in this room. It is pension funds, it's endowments, it's foundations from around the world. Okay. Now, that's enough about us. I want us to imagine 20 years from now. When I came in here, I asked the lady at the front, I said, what's the average age in the room? And she said to me, yeah, I think it's about 40, 35 to 40. And I said, okay, so 20 years from now, all of us in this room are going to be dealing with the problem that people are describing. We're going to be retiring, and we're all going to be asking these questions. Where will I live? How will I travel? Do I have if I get sick, is there a clinic or a hospital near me? Can I call my kids? Can I afford the data? Do I have access to food? The theme of the conference is sustainability. So for that living, for us to be sustainable, we are going to have to be bold. So the questions I have for this room as I look at 20 years from now, today the Kenyan pension fund system, it's about 3 trillion. 20 years from now, will it be 10 trillion, 15 trillion, 35 trillion, or maybe 5 trillion? The difference between those numbers is going to be about boldness. 20 years from now, are we going to be saying, listen, we have the Nairobi Expressway? Is Chris going to be saying, you know, we can refinance the Nairobi Expressway? Or are we going to have stopped talking about expressways? Because there are so many expressways, everyone travels on expressway, it's not a thing anymore, no one even talks about it. People are talking about other things, okay? The difference between those two, boldness. Now, this is the difficult role of lots of people in this room. The only question I have is, you know, we do very well here, up here, in the red, number 1, identifying, understanding assets. That's what these conferences are about. And then we go to assessing the value and potential risks, and people listen to the risks. Am I going to get the money back? Will I get it back when I need it? Is it liquid? Somewhere along the way, we basically don't progress to number 3 on the other assets. So why are we getting stuck here? Now, the KRA, which I believe was here, some members are here, made 2 interesting statements. Sorry, RBA, not KRA, RBA, sorry about that. 2 interesting statements. High inflation, rising interest rates will erode, you should just replace here, the value of my money. Because the money we're talking about here is the money we will all get in our bank or not when we retire 20 years from now, okay? So high inflation, rising interest rates, this is not like foreign out there. We can see today, like someone said, the value of fuel went up 40 or 50 today, right? So this is a real problem. Second problem, stronger foreign currencies, which could be an opportunity, can boost the value of your money, but only if you invest outside of Kenya. If you invest only in Kenya, well, it doesn't really help you, okay? So what are the implications? We need to diversify portfolios. We need to be bold. I had an interesting conversation, Dr. Kili is not here. We had dinner about a year ago, and it's my first time meeting him, and he told me about the history of alternatives in Kenya. And as he described this path, it was this like tortured path. I said to him, like, why did you do this to yourself? And he said to me, because someone has to do it. Now, everyone is referring to him. He's like a hero in the room. They did this project, they did that project. Why are there not more Dr. Killies in the room? It's not ability. It's not because the money is not there. Everyone has talked about just how much money there is. There's a lot of money. In fact, the money in this country exceeds, as you saw, the money in Nigeria, an economy which is, 5 times, 10 times the size of Kenya. So there's money. It's boldness. So I pulled up some numbers before I got here. This is the year 2000. This is a rough estimate of Kenyan assets, 45 billion Kenya shillings. 2000. 2025, okay, this will now 26, as they say, it's about 3 trillion. Now, you could argue about these numbers. 70, is it 70, is it 80? Are guaranteed funds really guaranteed funds, or are there bonds underneath that? You could argue about that. The point is the number is big. It's a big number, okay? The bigger point though is the number has not changed that much in 25 years. In 25 years, the asset pool has grown. The sophistication of people in the room has changed significantly positively. I can tell you some of the conversations I have with trustees in Kenya are much better than conversations I have with trustees in New York who have more resources, more money. You're more sophisticated. People have learned, people are spending time. But the exposure has not changed. Okay? Now, this is another interesting stat, I think, that will get us thinking. If you look at the change in the asset base of Kenyan pension funds over the last 25 years, roughly 2/3 of that came from contributions. It's a young system, people are putting money in, it's getting organized and formalized. 1/3 of that came from performance, from growth. Now what happens when this number slows down? Will this number go up? This is a question that we all need to be asking ourselves. Trustees need to be saying to your managers, listen, I need this number to be, if it's 6, I need it to be 8. If it's 8, can you give me 9? What do I need to do to get to 9 or 10? The difference, the 2 percentage points difference in your performance over that next 20-year period I talked about is the equivalent of 3 trillion Kenya shillings. It's equivalent of the current asset base for all of us when we retire. Now, a quick note on the history of the private asset space. There's a lot of data here. What are the main points here? Number one, the things people are talking to you about have been around in Africa for a long time. Infrastructure is not new in Africa. People have been investing in infrastructure. Pension funds have been investing in infrastructure. They have thought through and worked through the problems, risks, and liquidity. Private equity, the first private equity funds were 1984, 40 years ago. This is not a new thing. Okay. The first private credit funds had been around a while. Real estate, been around a while. Okay? So the reason not to act is not because these things are new or not because we've not engaged, but it is finding a way to take the first small step to do something. Now, the question might be like, yeah, but these things are risky. Can I actually make money? Can I make any money, or should I not just stay with my, what used to be 18%, that's now 11%, going to 5% in government bonds, right? So this is African private equity from 96 to 2004. These numbers, this is Africa in yellow. You have other emerging markets, emerging Asia, emerging Europe, Latin America. As you can see, Africa this is a story that shocks people. When I put this chart up, people think it's a lie, this can't be. Like, people don't make money in Africa. I'm like, guys, people have made money in Africa doing private equity in funds, okay? What people remember though is this picture, 2005 to 2013. Why? Because this happened. The dollar strengthened. A lot of those funds are in dollars, and people didn't make a lot of money. Now, what has changed is actually what has happened across the main currencies in Africa is what happened in Asia in the mid-90s. Very few people are paying attention to this. In the mid-90s, all Asian currencies basically broke and floated. If you are a pension fund in Asia, in 93 to 98, you are making basically what we made in Africa over the last decade, 5%. In the next period, you are making 15% average. Not even the best managers, because the currencies were finally real currencies. The pricing of assets was real. Transactions were happening. And yes, they were still volatile after they floated, but they were not prices determined by a government. Okay? This has happened. It's happened in Nigeria, it's happened in Egypt, you just go around Africa, it's happened over the last 3 years. And you can see that even with the war, the Nigerian currency has hardly moved. The Egyptian currency next door to the war has hardly moved because the currencies are in a new regime. The effect is going to be that we're going to start to go back to those returns that you saw earlier. The key question for everyone in this room, what will you do about it? Okay, couple of quick other slides. Kenya is very publicly known for technology. Some people think of it, people who don't come here as much, they think of it from an M-Pesa perspective, but there's lots of technology startups and so on. This technology story in Africa is real. Okay? People are making, they're not making 10%. I can tell you that. They're making real money, building companies that are fixing real problems. Savings problems, payments problems, healthcare problems. You know, we invested in a business a few years ago that started out just trying to get ambulances, for people to know where the ambulances were in South Africa. Because when the ambulances went out, you couldn't even track where they were. So if someone had an emergency, you called 911 equivalent, and they tried to track the ambulances, couldn't figure out where they were. That business today is the leading 911 provider in the US. Leading 911. You make a 911 call in the US, that's the company that's providing the service. The people who invested in that business, I can't tell you the numbers, but they are good numbers. They're numbers you want to have in your portfolio when you retire. Okay? And there are lots and lots of opportunities like that in technology. So don't dismiss technology out of hand. You've seen how it works here. I mean, to do what you do in M-Pesa here, I can tell you now, to do this in the US on your phone is impossible. It is impossible. To be sitting in a taxi and make a payment to someone or to yourself or to the airline as going to the airport, this is not how it works in the US. The US has been around much longer than Kenya. Okay? So there's money to be made in technology. There's money to be made in credit. I'm willing to bet that everyone in this room has lent money to someone because they needed to borrow money from you. The borrowing need is very significant. This is not as clear here. This is Sub-Saharan Africa. Huge borrowing needs everywhere. Okay? And the borrowing needs are not getting met by banks. You have good quality companies that are growing, and they go to a bank, and the bank says, well, I need you to give me a land title. And the company says, hold on a second. I'm making $10 million a year. I need to expand my factory. You want me to give you a land title. Why do you, they have this conversation. So private credit funds today are lending with better security than banks, and I can tell you that they are making 15% in dollars. In Africa, in dollars. Okay? So there's credit opportunities. They're clipping coupons every quarter, so those of you who are worried about will I get my money back, I would suggest people should do what Rupa said, which is there should actually be an asset liability study that says here is how much cash you actually need. You don't need all of it immediately. But things like credit are giving out cash. Okay? So last 2 slides real quick. So what is the opportunity? What do you do with this? This is where we are today. This is where most of Kenya sits. There's 2 ways to grow the pool. You can ask your members to put more money in the pool, and you can keep making the same return or a declining return. Or you can be bold and say, okay, can I get a little bit of private equity, private credit, private real estate? Secondary private equity. Secondary private equity, this is private equity that you can get into and out of in under 5 years. This is not in Asia. This is here in Africa. So will you have the courage to start to move upwards? Now, the payoff, again, because it's about sustainability, is not just the money that's going to get made. Because 20 or 30 years from now when we retire, all of us we hope we get a check. That's what this is about. But we also want to live in a way that is sustainable for us, that has a level of comfort. So most of what this money is doing today in Africa is some very incredible things. I've given you some examples here. So for example, if I think about our business, you know, when I got my first scholarship to leave, I grew up in Uganda, to leave Uganda, there were 2 people who got that scholarship. And I always say to myself, I'm not coming back to get a job. Because someone else could have left and they could have come back to create a job. So I'm not coming back to get a job, okay? Our business has created 34,000 jobs since we started our fund. Making money for people. It's not like we went out to hire people. We went out to back profitable companies, and profitable companies hire people, and those people eat somewhere, and there's a whole chain of people that benefit from that process. But there's lots of other things. If I think about even this market, for the pharmacy, some of the pharmacies you use here, we were early investors in those pharmacies in this market, in West Africa. Lots of people on their phone here. Guess who the high-speed providers are here? That's one of our companies. So I can be on my phone knowing that I'm going to get paid to be on my phone because that company is making money, yeah? So there's a lot of high-impact things that I think we all have an opportunity to do. People have talked about, let's develop where we are. We finally have a collective amount of money. Let's take some bold steps. I'll stop there, take some questions. Where the gentleman is. I think he got tired and left after the last session. Okay, any questions? Everyone's ready to go and get coffee. Okay, coffee it is.
In the absence of the MC, I am going to appoint myself one. Good evening. It's still afternoon. Team Tech, can I get a dance? I think we've been sitting too long. We have one last quick panel on ESG, but for now I want us to be up on our feet. It's not healthy to sit for that long. This is for your good health. We will have a 2-hour tea break in the next 30 minutes, I promise. Do we have the chicken dance? Do we have it? Anybody knows it? Anybody wants to lead it? While we do that, allow me to thank our last speaker, Sango Capital. A lot of people are asking, how can we invest? I know you're looking for corporate investors, but can you point people to a way they can benefit for themselves in this room? Human beings were always selfish, no? Do you want to get a 15% dollar return? Who are some of your investee companies?
Who are some of our investee companies?
That and how else they can do it.
Okay, well, where's Pumla? Pumla is not here. My colleague, okay. Everyone should just go. You should just attack her, and if you're lucky, you'll get through and she'll answer the question.
Fantastic, fantastic. I know Pumla. Pumla Made, please wave. That is the person we need to go to make good returns, dollar returns, I must add. So thank you very much for that presentation. Do we have the, okay, let's go, Ken. Do what the lady in yellow does, not what Irene does. Okay, please let's follow. There's a gift for the best dancer. I am watching. We have VR in the room.
high five as we go to the last, as we prepare for the last panel discussion. Without much ado, as you take your seats, I just want to call our moderator for this wonderful discussion, and he'll be calling the panelists. I want to call Bwana Sospita Thiga to please come and take it away from me. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Boniface, thank you. I want to make a few remarks. Then it's interesting that we've had this conversation, but there's very few mentions of sustainability in investments. So it's a challenge to the speakers who've gone ahead of us and those who come behind us. I think all protocols observed, I think from morning, the President, Aptak, and SG, together with your council and all. Participants, good afternoon once again. We intend to take the next few minutes. It was supposed to be 45 minutes, but I assure you we'll take less than that, together with the panel to discuss what I think is a very important topic. And I'll skip right to it and invite the panelists on board. Richard, he's coming back. As we wait for Richard, perhaps Eric, you could join me, and Elizabeth. I can't see Elizabeth. Ah, there she is. Karibuni. Let's give them a clap. Welcome. So let's buy a bit of time because we need Richard to join us. So allow me to make to go on and make the remarks that I had prepared here just to set foundation for this important topic. We gather here to, I think the theme of the conference is sustainable value creation and opportunity in pensions, and this is moving from strategy to measurable outcomes. One of the things you'll notice through the panel, we'll try to be very measurable in terms of what we'll be discussing, practical, what can we take home, and how can we change our Monday morning. So this is an urgent call on how pension funds respond to climate risks and ESG consideration and what we can generally connote to be sustainable investments within our sectors. So if we think about climate risk specifically, it's no longer that distant topic or theoretical topic that we used to be concerned about. It's actually a very present risk, even within our own sector. During the discussion, one of the things we'll be talking about, how many of us follow IFRS as a reporting standard or framework? Richard, you could join us on stage, thank you. We all follow IFRS, isn't it? So beginning January of next year, you know that it will be mandatory for you to start implementing S1 and S2 of IFRS, okay? This is sustainability reporting and disclosure within our financial statements. So that thing that we used to think is very far there is at our doorsteps. So the question is, how do we then, as the pension sector, embed sustainability into our investment decisions and into every day? So with that, I will welcome the panel. Thank you for joining us, Richard, Elizabeth, Eric. And I will begin by asking us to introduce ourselves. And because the theme of the conference is measurable outcome, sustainable value creation. Tell us, because we are all from different sectors. I think one of us is from the insurance sector. We've had the other one from private equity. From your perspective, what does sustainable value creation mean as you introduce yourself? So let me begin with Eric, close to me here, and then Elizabeth and Richard.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Eric Kavivia. I work with Liberty Life as a business development manager, but I don't consider myself that title. I actually call myself a financial literacy enthusiast. I champion people getting to understand money and what it can actually be able to do for them, changing their mindsets, and I have literally done this for the last 19 years, and I can truly tell you we have impacted lives one at a time to be able to actually be sustainable. So it's part of our ESG. So that's what I do, and that's what I run at Liberty Life.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Welcome. Elizabeth.
Good evening. I am Elizabeth Nkuku.
I run an organization called Zurich Consulting. What do we do? Passionate about wealth creation. We make money simple. One of the biggest challenge, at least we see, is that having come from the fund management background, most people talk about a lot of jargon. So the question that we see and where we see ourselves coming in is, how do we simplify it? If I'm a trustee, how am I able to engage with the fund manager at my level so that I can be able to ask the right questions and make sure that life is much better? Thank you.
I'm Richard Okello. I won't provide my background as I was just up, but I think we think of sustainable investing actually in a very simple way, which is we take people's money and we need to be able to give those people back a return that they can live on 20 or 30 years from now by building things that will affect them during that period, meaning those things are themselves sustainable.
So Richard, while you still have the floor, I'll ask you now to enlighten the crowd ahead of us. From a pension fund perspective, we're talking about climate risk, we're talking about ESG, sustainability. How can pension funds quantify some of these terminologies like climate risks within their portfolio? What suggestions would you give?
Okay, so I think there's three or four thoughts. The first is, if you're a pension fund, you should ask yourself the question, do you have a risk register? Do you have some way of saying these are the risks I face? It might be liquidity risk or other risks that maybe you're more familiar with. And on that risk list, do you have climate risk on there? If you don't have climate risk, that means you're not thinking about it. That means when it happens, you will be surprised like every other thing that you don't spend time thinking about. So the first is really just to give it a place of prominence. I think the second is to take your portfolio and think about climate risk as it relates to geography. So for example, if your pension fund has real estate investments, and those real estate investments are on the coast, or they are by a river, you have some climate risk. Someone needs to be thinking about what happens when climate drives negative conditions in and around water bodies, because your real estate will be affected, as an example. So taking your portfolio and mapping it geographically and saying, this is how I think about how climate risk may affect our pension fund directly, should something happen. If you are a pension fund in Malawi, this happened actually for practice like last year, the year before. Lots of pension funds in Malawi did not expect the type of climate event they got, where you had massive flooding and so on. That's just not how they thought. You have a pension fund, you have certain investments, maybe even, let's say, government bonds. Some of them had government bonds, and they thought, well, I'm safe, I'm in government bonds. Well, the problem is, if the government is bankrupt because you had a national crisis, because the government is spending all its money trying to save people and just deal with the crisis, well, can the government actually pay you what you think they should pay you? That's a climate risk. I think the last thing is, in looking at the exposures you have around in your portfolio and saying, okay, there's going to be certain climate-related risks that are a function of not just of where we are, but where we're going. So for example, if you take agriculture and food, if you have exposure in your portfolio, we will all have exposure to agriculture and food-related climate risk as people. Food becomes more expensive because there's an agriculture event somewhere. There's a drought, for example, Kenya has had periods of drought. And so if you're not saying, well, how should I think about my portfolio relative to those risks, then your portfolio may underperform because no one gave that any thought.
Thank you for your thoughts. Let me skip Elizabeth, and I'll come back to you and ask Eric. And before I ask Eric, just ask your neighbor there, do you have a sustainability policy for your fund? Do you have a sustainability policy for your fund? What is your neighbor saying? Do they? Really? So Eric, coming from that question, many pension funds still look at ESG as this very foreign and compliance-related topic. What would you tell, again, this audience in terms of embedding ESG and sustainability into the investment strategy? What practical tips would you give?
Okay, that's a wonderful question. There's one thing I like about practicability. When we talk about embedding ESG in our policies, it should not just be a theory. Majority of us are actually looking at it from a theoretical point of view and just being compliant and looking good. If you remember ISO certification, and everyone was running for it, but literally we just wanted the certificate and move on. But were we literally practicing it? This is a time we need to look at it and break it down into something practical. And I want to give a lot of this world example. If, ladies and gentlemen, you are to think of Africa 200 years ago, 150 years ago, what were we primarily doing? We were not farmers. We used to do hunting and gathering. You remember in history? Good, now we are together. Now, hunting, we know very well is not sustainable. That will get to a point, we'll actually have to cut the entire forest so that we get that antelope. Then what are we literally doing? We are cutting down what feeds what we eat. So by us not embedding ESG, we will end up crowding, and that is what we saw here. That 90%, and I think it was Okello, that showed that 90% of what we invest, we purely invest it in the same class of assets. So what does that mean? We are crowding one area, and at some point, like the classical example he gave, when the government has a crisis, are they able to pay you? And what happens to our returns for the pension fund? So it is not sustainable not to have our ESG embedded in our policies and literally doing it. It's not just about talking about it. I like the fact that, I'm trying to remember your name, sorry.
Dashan.
Yeah? Dashan said we need to be brave. We need to move away from just speaking to implementing. We have examples of people that have done it before and have been successful. We have examples, classical examples, case studies of institutions in other countries that have done it sustainably, and now they are making it. We have a lot we can do to leverage. We are actually what we call silent giants. Silent giants. We have a lot of capital that we can diversify, earn more, and not just for ourselves, because we want to move away from the hunter mentality of going for the kill, eat, finish, get another kill tomorrow. The day we will not have the strength to run, we will now value why we should actually be farmers. What do farmers do? They don't just kill, eat, they capture to nurture, so that tomorrow and the next day, when they don't have the same strength they had 20 years ago, what are they doing? They are going to the backyard and getting one thing and eating. And that is what pension funds should be doing. If I was to put it in a very simple way, that's how I would put it.
Very, very well put. In fact, it reminds me of the policy and our former president, Daniel Moi. You remember what he used to say about trees, eh? You cut one, you plant two. Sustainability. You're leaving something for the future. So Elizabeth, picking from where Eric left, a few more practical tips in terms of how we can use ESG policies, moving them from paper to behavioral change, especially amongst trustees. How can we drive that change, behavior change in investments?
I think we need to take a step back and see what guides what we invest in, and we go back to the formative documents, which is the investment policy statement, and ask ourselves, how do we embed this in what we are doing? Because unless it is documented somewhere and we are constantly reviewing and having a report on it, it will remain theoretical. So the starting point ought to be, on this asset allocation conversation that we continuously will be having, which we'll be reviewing on a quarterly basis, how do we embed it there? Because unless we embed it within a document that the fund managers report on, we will not be able to work on it. It will remain very theoretical. So we need to take a step back and ask ourselves, so for climate change and ESG conversation, how do we bring that in? And ask ourselves, which asset classes do we want to be very, just to how do we embed this? And I look at it in terms of maybe things like, do we introduce new asset classes, push for what we are saying, like the private equity, and even in that private equity conversation, which particular sectors would really, really make sense? Because if we do not do that, then it will remain very theoretical, and we will not have a place to get back to look at. Then we need now to work very closely with our fund manager, and it comes to things like security selections as well. If you look at maybe on equity kind of investments, what do we care for that, and these things that really are sustainable driven? I will take something very simple as governance. How do we measure true governance in the institutions that we invest in as fund managers? And I remember there's a time that CMA had started coming up with a governance index. I think it has not happened continuously, but yeah, something like that. And something as simple as, and sorry, I'm just going to be a feminist kidogo, just something as simple as how many ladies do sit in their board as a measure of governance? Do we care for it, and can we, because it's observable and measurable, and it is in their financial statement. So from that perspective, simple things that are very easy to look at, how are we making sure that when I tell you, now I've increased my allocation into XYZ sector, so how does that really entail or carry forward the story that I want to speak about? But for as long as we come speak, we do not put those in the documents that are going to guide us in terms of where we are going, it will remain a story.
I really, really like that, because as pension funds, we tend to invest in entities out there and in projects out there. Do we stop to ask ourselves, what are the practices within the entities that we are investing in? There could be a backward reputational risk on us, isn't it, in future? If they do not practice good governance, if they are not sustainable, and I guess that's the point of emphasis. So as trustees, we do have a role to investigate, to look a little bit deeper. I think the key question here, even as we talk about sustainability, and I'll ask Eric before I go back to Richard, is there a trade-off between ESG and returns? Because every time we talk about sustainability, you know, trustees, what are we thinking about first? The return on investment, isn't it?
Return, exactly.
What's the trade-off?
We tend to think more of value rather than values. So the one goes before the other. And which one actually should go before the other, if you can answer me? Is it values or value? Exactly, we all agree, values. But what do we put first? Value. We want the returns now rather than the impact it will have in another 20, 30 years. We're given a perfect example, a simple company that helps you find where the nearest ambulance is. And now it's serving all the way to the US, but started in SA. But what is the impact? Because your values determine the value we'll get in the near future. I have this thing I always say every time I get an opportunity to speak to people. I say, why I am a financial literacy enthusiast is because I want to make sure my children will get married to somebody else's children who is financially stable because I did something 20 years ago. You understand? For me, what I am doing is I'm impacting values now. I'm putting in the values now. Then I will get my value much later. I've been able to identify with one statement that is very personal to me. So for you as a pension trustee, what are the values that guide your pension fund? What is it that you want to see? Can you be able to impact the world around you positively by influencing what you want? Why invest in companies that don't do what aligns with you? Can you actually do something that will be able to create jobs in the near future? But does it have to give you immediate money right now? No. Going back again to my previous example, farmers don't do things because they want immediate returns. They wait, then once they start gaining, they gain for the long term. If you are to plant Just perfect example, Makueni now. When was the last time you had people ate that thing they ate many years ago? You remember that thing they ate? That looked like a goat? The one that was doing woo woo, then somebody thought it was meh, and they ate it. But do you ever hear that anymore? Because their mindset changed completely, and they started looking at the climate where they are, cannot be able to handle maize and beans. Rather than complain every day and say government's idea, what did? They started doing fruits. They started doing other things. But it took them almost 2 to 3 years to start reaping the benefits. But as we speak today, it is even sometimes expensive for you to find mangoes from Makueni. Why? They already have market in UAE. Are we together? Values over value. So it's not a trade-off. If anything, it's a benefit to you, me, and the many years or other people that will actually be able to come later after us. They will find that the decisions we made today are impacting those generations that are coming, and they will thank God for us.
Thank you, Eric. Now, Richard, we've been given a very local example, a very good mangoes from Makueni going to UAE. From a broader perspective, and I guess you've already preempted a bit of this in your presentations, what would you say are the most compelling investment opportunities for pension funds today as far as sustainable investments or finance is concerned?
Okay, so first I would say, I'd say things in and around renewable energy. So most of our lives, if you think about it, operate around energy. The question is just what the source is. To get here, we needed energy in cars. To be in this room, we need energy. To be on our phones, we need energy. To eat, a lot of our lives operate around energy. The question is whether that energy is produced sustainably and it will be sustainable and affordable for us over decades or not. And so if you ask yourself the question, why is the UAE and Saudi investing significantly, Qatar investing significantly in wind power, solar power in North Africa? Why is Norway, which used to be one of the largest oil producers, investing in renewable energy? It's because they have seen that there is not just an opportunity there, but there's a sustainable opportunity. The oil will run out at some point. The wind energy is not, right? So that's the first, renewable energy. And I think there, within a Kenyan perspective, I would be thinking about small hydro. I would think about, obviously, solar, but I would also think about one of the things that was highlighted earlier is grids. You know, producing power in Ethiopia from hydro is significantly cheaper than power in Kenya. Why are you paying the prices you are? Because it's not getting moved here. Producing power in South Africa, as we've learned, we have a renewable energy business in South Africa, is much cheaper than producing power in Zambia. The Zambians don't have enough power. The mining companies in Zambia don't have enough power. And so we're saying, okay, well, if we can evacuate power out of South Africa into Zambia at scale, that's going to be a significant opportunity that has significant impact, okay? So renewable power is one. I would say second is climate-resistant food or agricultural sector. So what's in that space? When we were growing up, if you look back 30 or 40 years ago, most of us got our food in the village. You know, when I grew up, when I was much younger, our parents, you know, they couldn't afford to buy mostly food in the city. They just brought food from the village every week on like a pickup truck to feed us, okay? That doesn't happen anymore. Most of us live in the cities, lots and lots of people in the cities. Well, how are those people going to get fed? The food is over here and they live over here. There's a whole chain. So parts of that chain are sustainable and parts are not. So is the food produced sustainably? Is there irrigation? Are you producing your own fertilizer? So the war is happening now in the Middle East. Fertilizer prices have gone through the roof. Nigerian farmers have no problem because Dangote produces fertilizer in Nigeria. They don't have a problem with fertilizer. So they don't have a problem with food, domestically produced food. Packaging. Most of what we eat has to be moved from one place to another. So about 3 years ago, we decided to invest long term, and I underline the point long term, which is what I think of as pension investing. We said, we want to build sort of a next generation packaging business that may take us 7 to 10 years to build, but we'll be able to compete globally with all the other packaging companies. And so we spend a lot of time trying to understand where is packaging going if so many of us need to use packaging. How should we think about recycling? And more importantly, how should we think about energy use in packaging? Now, this is where I think the question you asked and the point that Eric made can actually come together. So it turns out that if you can find what they call combined cycle plants for energy, you become a very low-cost packaging producer. It is very profitable. Those plants pay themselves off every year. They pay themselves off in cash every single year. So we went and found a plant like that, moved it to part of Africa, and now we've got the most cost-competitive packaging business, which then when you put recycling, makes it a very sustainable but very profitable business. Okay? So those are some of the sectors I think about.
Wonderful. Maybe while you still are there, other than private equity, what other instruments, investment vehicles would you see as plausible for sustainability within the pension sector?
Private credit. Private credit for me is I don't understand actually, this might be a bit rude. I don't understand why people in this room are not doing private credit. I can understand why they're not doing private equity. Because it's equity, when will you sell the asset? Am I going to get dividends? Like one question. Private credit is what we all do with our cousin, our grandmother, our nephew, all day long. It is not even written down. It's a general agreement. You think they'll pay you. If they don't pay you, complain. That's private credit. So to the question you ask, private credit is a very clean way to play in this space because most of the institutional private credit funds are required to be sustainability compliant. So they can tell you by company what those companies are doing on governance, on climate, on, depending on what the company is. And so private credit, I would say, is a strong one. I think you could do things in and around real estate, depending on where the real estate is. I'd say those would be the other ways to play it.
We had Safaricom the other day listing a green bond. I don't know, those also some of the instruments we should be thinking about as a sector.
I think yes, but I think you can do a lot of things. So green bond is sophisticated. There are some very simple things. So for example, let's say that we've been talking about infrastructure. Lots of people have been talking about infrastructure. So let's say that Chris says to some pension funds here, Chris's fund man says, we are going to guarantee a project that will build a road or a bridge. Okay. The question I'd be asking if I was a trustee was, why is this road sustainable? How is this road getting used? What are you doing around the carbon footprint of this road? You're going to have lots of cars going on there. How are you incentivizing people to lower that? So those questions are going to, in my view, deliver significantly more sustainable impact in very simple ways than a green bond actually might. The key is, are we asking those questions?
Awesome, thank you for the answer. Elizabeth, greenwashing, and maybe some of us have come across this term, some of us may not have come across this term. Beginning January next year, 2027, we've already said S1, S2, IFRS comes into play. So there'll be a bit of more pressure. I can see Dr. Shem is also here, and I know he's been working on something. And I know many of us are waiting for regulatory direction. And what happens with the regulatory direction and the regulation change, FRS, it creates pressure. So we may have a lot of greenwashing. So how can we avoid greenwashing, especially as a sector, even as you march towards sustainable investments? And what greenwashing, maybe to begin with?
I think to put it in a very simple term is just to say that I'm going to be ESG compliant, and I'm ESG compliant. That is basically it. So I'm saying that in terms of what I'm doing in terms of investments, this is what I have achieved. But in reality, when you go down, other than the fact that you have put it in your financial statement, there is nothing that you've done. So I'll give you an example. I think there was a good case of, is it Volkswagen or something, that they said they had actually indicated the amount of carbon emission that they were talking about. That's what they had documented. But in reality, they were not doing it. So with the regulations, what might happen is that people will say, I am ESG compliant and this is what I'm doing. But in reality, nothing has changed. So how can you be able to really tell? You have a portfolio before and you have a portfolio after. So for example, let me just take an example that you are already invested in the private equity space, and it is something that you like to invest in, or you have, as trustees, you have already approved. And someone comes in as to fundraise from you, or they're already maybe fundraising from you, so you've already committed the capital. So the best way to tell is look at the portfolio that they had before, what sectors they were, and then check and say what has changed now that they are truly embracing ESG compliance and all that. If nothing has changed, they're just telling you so that you can continue getting the money. And the beauty about investments, it's numbers. It is things that you can verify. So that which you can't verify, measure, then it does not exist. So the main question is, as the trustees, how do you get the right person to help you even analyze what the investors are, the investment managers in the PE fund, in the other investments are actually saying that is being done. Because unless you measure it, it does not exist.
Oh, wonderful. So we will wind up by having one last round of questions so that we can understand. I don't know that there is a cocktail and whether that cocktail is sustainable. You let us know. Eric, we in the pension sector. And what we want to understand is what role can the pension funds play in shaping the market as far as sustainability is concerned, not just in participating, and you could even address the regulators in the room as you answer.
Address the regulators. You know, every time I hear regulators, the words, I respect you, come in mind. So first and foremost is that as pension funds, once we have actively now engaged ESG policies and we are actually doing it, one will be able to stabilize markets. The shocks that you normally see is because we swing all investments to one direction, but we can actually be able to stabilize a market. And that's a big role we can actually be able to play. Number two, we can be able to revive investments and awaken or become a catalyst in a market, which you can actually be able to do. There are things that are might not be performing well, but you know very well they can be able to perform. And this is where we shift our thinking in terms of investing. We can also influence what we want to see around ourselves. And this is big for me. It's big for me because I know for sure 3 trillion can do so much. In another 10 years, 20 years, 15 trillion can actually be able to move an economy and determine the things that you want to see. Remember we said values before, value. Very important, the values that we believe in, the hard work that we have done, we can actually be able to influence that. Then corporate governance, Elizabeth had mentioned this, that we can actually be the drivers of making sure that anyone that we invest in, anyone that is coming to borrow funds from us, we ensure that these people are doing the right thing from the board level all the way. And finally, for me, I can say this, silent giants, please let us start talking. Do you know that last born in your family who has money, then all of a sudden they can actually change the date of the funeral just because they won't be available on Tuesday, and they say, please move it on Thursday, I'm attending Aptak. That's what pension funds are. We are just quiet, we act like we are lastborns, but we have the money and we've not yet moved the dates. We can actually be able to do that. We have the financial muscle. The thing is, can we diversify? Can we diversify? And let's just not just talk. Let us make this very practical each and every day.
Okay, thank you. Very well put. Elizabeth, how does success look like in the next 5 years if we get it right?
If we get it right, from the pension perspective, I think the asset classes should look different. And I want to, first of all, maybe say, I think the regulator is not the problem when it comes to asset allocation. We have a lot of leeway, or there's a legroom in terms of what we can do. I think it will, if you look at what Table G can do today, it does not stop us from being creative. So the question is, what is hindering us from doing that which we know we need to do, which we should have done years back? I partially think is that as trustees, I think to use yoga, if there is anything like that, especially when we looked at, I need to be very, I want to sleep at night. I don't want difficult conversations with my members. But the question is, and I think there is, someone talked about Dr. Kelly, who is that one person who is going to push the limits? The regulations are there. We can still push if we wanted to achieve more. But the question is, even what we have, we are not utilizing. So as trustees, why are you not asking the hard questions? And I'll take it from a very easy perspective. Let's say, for example, this is your investment consultant. I have come with an asset allocation table in your IPS that does not have anything to do with private equity, for example. And what I tell you is that your average age is 40 years or 45 years. So what do I tell you? Mumezeeka. You guys are aged. What does that mean? Does it mean this I'm 45? Does it mean for the next 15 years I'm already old? I don't think so. I can take a lot of risk before I am 60 and before I'm 63 to be KFC, right? The founder of KFC. So what I think we should do as trustees, please ask us, the professionals, the hard questions. Because for as long as you're not asking me the hard question, I'll give you the returns from the government security, because that is what you are asking for. But for as long as I know, if today I'm going to a pension scheme and it will or why are we not doing what we are supposed to do, I will work harder.
Thank you. Richard, I know you have a plane to catch, so closing remarks. How will this look like 5-10 years if we get it right?
I think in 5 to 10 years, investors in North America and in Europe should look at us here and they should say, well, Africa got it right. How did we not get it right? That for me is success. Now, why that is particularly important for us is when there are climate-related problems, guess who pays? It is us, and we live here. So unless you're planning, Yanni, if you're a millionaire and you're like, I'm going to go live somewhere else, okay, maybe that is not your problem. Most of us are going to live in and around the places that are affected by the work you all do as trustees. And so when there's a flood and a drought and this is going to be your problem. So if the combination of sustainable investing and good returns solves that problem, then I think 20, 30 years from now, the world will look at this country like they look at this country for M-Pesa. M-Pesa is like a reference point. No one debates that M-Pesa is a groundbreaker. No one around the world, I can tell you. They look at it as a reference point. And so if people can look at our activity as a reference point and say, and ask the question, how did they get the balance between sustainability and good performance right to where it is now embedded? I think the last point I'll make on this is, I think a good sign of success is no one is talking about it anymore. Today we're all talking about it. You have ESG committees in the ESG company, this one does this, service provider. It's still a thing. I think if we can get to a place where there's no ESG committees, there's just sustainable behavior. It's kind of like people don't go around now dropping plastic cups. There was a time, for those who are old enough, if you went to a public transportation area, you had to step through like trash. Why does that not happen as much anymore? Well, because the behavior is so changed that no one even thinks about it. They just don't drop the trash. Can we do that in the sustainability space?
Well done, well done. Thank you, thank you. So sustainable pension investment is not just about doing good. It's about securing the future, and millions of shillings for the future. And that responsibility demands both courage and discipline. So what I would say, we've heard a lot from the presenters before us. We heard about the guardrails, the helmets, and scaffolding. We even heard about regime change. I don't know what that was suggesting. Of course, he explained. And finally, Richard, who came before us, talked about being bold. And I think you've ended very well, all of you. This will take courage. It will take boldness. So thank you very much. Let's appreciate the panel. I know because of time, okay, let me hand it back to the MC. You'll tell us.
No worries, thank you. All right, let's appreciate the moderator, Bwana Peter Figa. I'll kindly request you to remain over here. We have some goodies for you guys. Just before you leave, I'll kindly request Irene. And then nitamwomba Bwana SG aweze kuja ndiye atakaye wakabidhi zawadi hizi. I'll kindly request my photography team to be assigned for this, please. Kindly. Oh, it's coming. Please come. You're also part of this team. I also request Madam Nganga to please come as well to the podium. I request the following, Mr. Dashan as well, Ruparelia to please come as well. Richard Okele is here. We have Elizabeth Nkukuz here. We have Erica Vivia and also the moderator. Just to please come and get your gifts as well. Bwana SG, njoo hapa tafadhali ili tutaweza kuwakabidhi Irene. Thank you very much. Asante sana. So Bwana SG nitaomba, you can just come in front here. You could just come to the front, please. Bwana SG. Okay, then you can face this side, please. All right, thank you very much. Then you can just come. You're okay. So we can start with David Okello, Mr. Okello. All right. All right, just hold on. Comment. All right, sound team, just give me some music as we continue, please. All right, thank you. Sound team, just give me some music, please. All right. Thank you very much, Bwana SG. You can pick that. Thank you very much. And they say all is well that ends well. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to really appreciate you on behalf of the team that I was making sure that this was possible here today. Kindly give yourselves a round of applause for making it and also being very patient for this first day of this 3-day conference that promises to be wonderful. Tomorrow will be great as well. We also have the gala dinner. We also have a dress code for the gala dinner. It's denim and white, please. So if you don't have denim and white, you can have some time to fish for one so that tomorrow we can just scale it up a bit in whatever we'll be doing tomorrow. Thank you very much. More speakers tomorrow, wonderful engagement tomorrow, more than talking tomorrow. So right now we can go for our cup of tea, and then tomorrow we'll be here. We will be beginning by 9 a.m. We want to apologize for today. We had a bit of a spillover which was not in our hands, please. So kindly let's meet here tomorrow by 9 a.m. We'll be starting and we'll just have a wonderful time that we have here today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's enjoy our cup of tea. Asante sana. God bless you. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Sound, take it away.